What if Deku joined Team JPDE Compilation? Chapters 21 to 25. Making New Discoveries. Monday. Day 64. Now, let's not be hasty, here Howard said. That's funny. You make it sound like this is up for discussion, Thriller said. Thriller, you can't just barge into Beacon and kidnap someone, Howard said. Oh, I can. That place's security is a joke. People could sneak around and sabotage it without anyone being the wiser, Thriller said. That's not what I meant, damn it. You think you can just do whatever you want, here Howard said. Oh, you mean what you've been doing this whole time? Bella's mind might fracture again now, and it's all your fault, Thriller said. Our fault? What, did we somehow force her to assault the guy, Howard asked. If we'd just taken him the moment we arrived in Vale, all of this could have been avoided. Or maybe if someone hadn't gotten his ass kicked, Thriller said. Oh, you think it's going to be easy, is it? Fine, go ahead and try, Howard said. I won't try. I will succeed. No objections, Weather, Thriller asked. Why would there be one, Weather asked. Excuse me. Didn't you say, Howard said. All I ever said was we wouldn't move as a team to capture the specimen. I've never said you couldn't act individually. The same freedom of action Bella has is also yours. Whatever you do, though, try not to leave behind a trail of corpses. Deaths are the only thing that would cause the full might of this city's wise protector to come down on us, because they break the peace status quo. At least, the deaths of desirable citizens, Weather said. I see. We won't be staying in Vale longer than a week, anyway, Thriller said. Thriller then left the room. Well, I think I will go peruse the local music shop, see if anything stimulates me. What about you, Howard, Weather asked. I had half a mind of researching the other members of the guy's team. Observation and stimuli or not, when we eventually move in for the grabbing they are going to be a pain in the ass to get through, Howard said. Deku was training with Neon for the third time. I give up. Don't take this the wrong way, Deku, but we aren't getting anywhere. You are too nice of a person and you take insults way too easily, Neon said. Thank you, I guess, Deku said. Whenever you try and think of any insult at all, it sounds way too artificial. It lacks the oomph needed to make it really effective, Neon said. I have to agree. Sorry for wasting your time, Deku said. It's okay. Not everyone is made for the mighty art of pissing off the enemy, Neon said. Guess not. I've had fun spending time with you, I'm just sorry I wasted your time, Deku said. Oh, nonsense. I offered, didn't I, Neon said. Still, this is all time you could have used on yourself. I didn't live up to your expectations as a verbal sparring partner, either. So let me make it up to you. We can go out and I'll buy. I don't mean it as a date, just, you know, to have fun. I like hanging out with you and you've been very kind to me, so. Yeah, Deku said. Oh, why not? I'll never say no to a night to the club, Neon said. You want to go dancing, then, Deku asked. You know it. There's this place in Vale that I really wanted to check out. What about on a Saturday, Neon asked. That works for me. I'll call you when I'm free, Deku said. All the members of Team JPDE were gathered in the dorm room. Let's start by going over everything again. What do we know about Bella, Jack asked. She's crazy, David said. She's dangerous, Penny said. She's powerful, Deku said. She's already dead, Evelyn said. Other than that, Jack said. She knows your second name, which is pretty private information, Penny said. We know that her semblance allows her to do various things, and she told me that it gets stronger the more aura she has, David said. Which disproves my theory of her having a pyrokinesis semblance, Deku said. She could have a semblance like yours. Like how your superpower and Black Whip both come from the energy from your body, Evelyn said. That's very likely, Deku said. Now, about her interest in David. A big part of it is that she needs you to empower her, Jack said. Apparently. She mentioned a certain boss while talking about it, who I guess is Weather. But what exactly is the point of having me as an ally? I can just share my aura. How would that make her stronger than she already is, David asked. True. You can certainly help refill her tank faster, but there would be no tangible power difference. Unless her aura has no upper limit, Jack said. If, indeed, there's no limit to how much aura she can store, Penny said. Okay, make that reason number 2 why she can never ever get her crazy hands on David again, Evelyn said. She managed to go toe-to-toe with me with what felt like a normal amount of aura. I have no desire to see what she can do with more, Jack said. Whatever it is she can do. We don't have any idea, David said. True. But I don't think we'll see her again anytime soon, Jack said. And what makes you say that? Not that it doesn't sound great, Evelyn said. Jack then took out a book. A diary, Deku asked. I found it in the apartment. It's more of an observation log than a diary, though. Someone was writing down daily entries about Bella, Jack said. Then it belongs to Thiller, Penny said. Thiller? Why do you think so, David asked. First of all, from what I can see, the writer's calligraphy is feminine and neat, Penny said. Okay, I can't see Flyboy writing like that. But what about Weather, Evelyn asked. I can't completely exclude the possibility, but Thiller has shown herself to be quite protective of Bella. If the subject of this observation diary is Bella, it's far more likely for her to be the authoress, Penny said. It's kind of unnerving, to tell the truth. This isn't a general observation diary, this follows Bella's mental health. It seems that her mind has been slowly breaking down for months, now, Jack said. Cry me a river. I will backstroke in it, Evelyn said. Her mind is breaking down. Is she ill or something, David asked. There's not many hints to the why, but there's. Here, let me read you the first entry. 6th cycle, day 1. Bella seems to have recovered fully. She just displays the usual tiredness and momentary memory loss. I've noticed that with each recovery the amnesia lasts less, like she's getting used to the process, Jack said. 6th cycles. So this isn't the first time, Deku said. And someone in Weather's group somehow knows how to heal a broken mind, Jack said. Maybe. It's not just the threat of violence that keeps Bella in it, Penny said. But. No, we already established that Bella needs me to power herself up. But how exactly would powering up help her with this, David asked. Either she's not aware of what's happening to her. Or, again, it's her semblance, Jack said. I've never, ever heard of a semblance able to do so many different things. Unless Aiju has more powers, Evelyn said. Deku laughed nervously. Or maybe it does one thing and what we've experienced are just side effects, Deku said. Moo. I bet it's one of those bizarre semblances, Evelyn said. Not all semblances are as simple as going really fast or making body doubles, Penny said. Don't I know it? Anyway, I just skimmed over it, but it seems that upsetting her or tasks that require big effort make her mind break down faster. And this was the last entry in the diary. 6th cycle, day 234. This has gone on long enough. They are playing with Bella's feelings, letting her think she can have something she cannot. Her freedom. Tomorrow she's going to meet our target again, David. And I know he's going to refuse her. Bella right now isn't able to relate to people in a normal way, despite what feelings she might harbor. When he does, her mind is close to the breaking point, her body's memories are starting to bleed through and mix with hers again. And refusal will be too much, Jack said. Huff. Okay, she may have a sob story, especially if she is Jack's sister, But I'm still not sympathetic, Evelyn said. No one's asking you to be. You think I wasn't ready to cave her head in? Still, this would explain why she's so out there, Jack said. Anyway, considering Thriller probably has more experience than anyone else in keeping track of Bella's state of mind, I assume we can trust her estimates, Penny said. So Bella is not going to be able to come after me any longer. At least in the immediate future. But that was what kept the others from doing the same, wasn't it? David asked. In their apartment, Bella had just woken up. Did I really try and do that? Bella asked. You're having a moment of clarity, Thriller said. I know what I'm having. Answer me, Bella said. Yes. You did, Thriller said. Typical. I ruined something else. Thanks. For stopping me before I did something irreparable. But you should have stopped me from going altogether, Bella said. Didn't you enjoy the date? Thriller asked. How? Bella said. Spending time with him. Didn't you like that? Thriller asked. What does that have? Bella said. I'm sorry for not being able to stop you in time, but I didn't foresee their opposition. I didn't consider they didn't know you like I do. Still, I wanted you to enjoy yourself as much as you could. And for a while you actually managed to control yourself, Thriller said. I did, didn't I? Bella said. I think you're becoming stronger, Bella. Or maybe you just had the right motivation, Thriller said. But still. It's time for another reset, isn't it? Bella asked. Yes. But don't worry, he will be with us waiting for you when you come back, Thriller said. Excuse me, Bella said. He is still our target, remember. But I will make sure he's still alive when you come back, flame or no flame, Thriller said. I doubt he wants to see me again. Kidnapping him won't buy me any favors, either, Bella said. Still, we can't avoid it, can we? Don't worry, I will take care of it personally and then bring you to the closet source myself, Thriller said. Thriller. Is that girl, Jack? Is she really? Bella said. Yes, Thriller said. I'm so sorry, Bella said. I know you are, Thriller said. Tuesday. Day 65. Jack, Penny said. Penny. What is it? Jack asked. I was wondering if you'd like me to do it in your place, Penny asked. Do what? Jack asked. Reading through Thriller's diary. I'm positive I can do more quickly and efficiently, and without ending up sleep deprived, Penny said. I guess you noticed that I stayed up. Some entries are more extensive than the others and she uses some terms that only makes sense to her, Jack said. My father does it as well. I have an experience with this kind of data, so, what do you think? Penny asked. Well. Sure. Thanks, Penny, Jack said. Team JPDE then left for lessons. Deku entered one of the combat class arenas and saw a figure on the floor. He recognized the figure as Arslan. Deku walked over to Arslan and looked over her. Hello, Arslan said. Ah. You scared me, Deku said. Sorry. But I couldn't resist, Arslan said. So what are you doing? At first I thought you might have been injured, but that doesn't seem to be the case, Deku said. I'm sleeping, Arslan said. But why are you sleeping on the hard floor? Are your bed that uncomfortable? Deku asked. No. It's very comfortable, but you won't always be able to sleep in a nice bed. Sometimes you'll have to sleep in a sleeping bag or just on the hard floor, Arslan said. I see. Mind if I join you? Deku asked. Not at all. It's nice to see someone who thinks it's a good idea, Arslan said. As you said, we won't always be able to sleep in a bed. So any tips on how to sleep on the floor? Deku asked, lying down on the ground, the top of his head meeting Arslan's. Just try to relax and always sleep on your back. It's the most comfortable position for your whole body, Arslan said. I see. Let's take a nap then, Deku said. Deku and Arslan then closed their eyes and went to sleep, as the did Reese entered the room and smirked as she saw them, before leaving. A few hours later Deku woke up. He found himself in a blanket. "Huh? Who put a?" Deku said. Deku then noticed Arslan's head was on his chest, and she was drooling over him. Arslan then woke up and noticed she was on Deku. "Oh my gods, I'm so sorry," Arslan said, quickly sitting up. As she did, the right side of her kimono fell off her shoulder and gave Deku a view of the top of her torso. "It's fine." "But who moved us and put the blanket over us?" Deku asked. "Reese," Arslan shouted. Arslan's scroll then went off. She had received some pictures from Reese. They were pictures of the two of them as they slept, from where they started to where they ended up. As they looked at the pictures, they noticed writing on their faces. The writing on their faces said, "I love you Arslan" on Deku's face and "fuck my ass Deku" on Arslan's face. "Reese. Where the fuck are you, little shit?" Arslan shouted. "Time to go," Reese said, as she dashed out of the room. Arslan then gave chase, determined to beat the shit out of her. Deku then wiped the drool of his chest and left the classroom and to the changing rooms to wash off the writing. David and Evelyn had returned to their dorm room. "Told you. You're not going anywhere alone for now," Evelyn said. "I thought it was limited to the outside of the school," David asked. "Do you honestly think it makes any difference?" Evelyn asked. "Good point," David said. "Dibs on the shower. Unless you'd like to join me," Evelyn said. "Unfortunately, Evelyn, Izuku has already claimed the shower," Penny said. "Is he now?" Evelyn said. "You going to put your tits around his cock and use them and your mouth to make him come on you?" David teased. "And then have him grab your fat plumply ass and thighs as he fucks you?" Silly Penny teased. "Wait, you heard that?" Evil asked. "Affirmative. Your moan as Izuku grabbed your ears was very audible," Penny said. "You are really horny for him, aren't you?" David said. "Yes. Now if you'll excuse me, I have a cherry to pop. Also, since you don't mind listening in, I won't keep my voice down," Evelyn said. "When do you ever keep your voice down?" David said. Evelyn then entered the bathroom. She could hear Deku in the shower washing himself. "Sorry Izu, but all that work is going to go to waste," Evelyn thought. Evelyn then began to strip out of her clothes. She threw her clothes onto the floor and quietly walked to the back of the shower. "Showtime, Evil though." She stealthily entered the shower. She then moved up to Deku's back and pressed her boobs against his back. "Evelyn. What are you doing?" Deku stuttered as his face went red. "I think you know exactly what's going on here, hunky," Evelyn said. "But I didn't think you'd," Deku said. "Hey. You said," Evelyn said. I know. I should have expected that you'd do this," Deku said. "Now it's time for you to get to know me on the inside," Evelyn said. Evelyn then began to move her hands to Deku's dick. As her hands reached it, Evelyn was shocked. "Holy fucking shit. Izuku, you're fucking huge," Evelyn said. Evelyn then began to stroke her hand on Deku's dick. "I can't believe this. You are significantly bigger than," Evelyn said. "Evelyn, please stop. You shouldn't be comparing us," Deku said. "Oh, right. Sorry. I just thought David was big." "But after seeing you," Evelyn said. "Let's put dick sizes aside for now," Deku said. "Let's. I'm gonna give you the time of your life," Evelyn said. Meanwhile, with David and Penny. "I trust Evelyn stayed out of sight?" Penny asked. "Mostly. How was your day, Penny?" David asked. "Fruitful. I was about to read through some of Thilla's diary before bedtime," Penny said. "Try not to stay up too late reading it," David said. "Don't worry, I'll be sure to rest up." "Unlike your partner," Penny said. You're lucky I'm dead tried or we would be having words, right now," Jack said tiredly, and then fell asleep. Well, I don't think Evelyn and Deku are going to be done anytime soon. So I'm going to make dinner for myself, unless he's ready to share already. Good night, Penny, David said. Good night, Penny said. David began to walk to the kitchen when he realized something. Penny. Are you holding yourself back? David asked. Ha, Penny said. Sorry, I just realized. Maybe I was being insensitive, speaking like that. Since you've never, David said. That is. No, it's fine, Penny said. But the thing is, you've never. I mean, as guys maybe we should be the ones to take the initiatives. You've never requested or initiated anything past hugs and that one kiss. So, I was wondering if you were holding yourself back to give Evelyn space. Or we were making you feel uncared for, David said. No. David, it's not that. I've had quite a few intimate times with Izuku, Penny said. Then why not with me? David asked. It's just. This is. Quite embarrassing. I'm not ready yet. I need to prepare, Penny said. Now I see why you were more lovey-dovey with Deku. He wasn't ready to go that far yet either. Penny, I don't want to pressure you or anything, of course. David said. You feel like you're not giving me enough attention. I understand, but be assured that's not the case, Penny said. If you say so. But I think I will start giving you a goodnight kiss every night, just to be safe, David said. Okay, Penny said. You're so cute, David said. Oh fuck. Spread my pussy with you, big dick, Evelyn screeched out. David and Penny both went red, and the noise woke Jack up. Don't stop. Go big or go home. Put all of it in, you stallion, Evelyn screeched. What the fuck is going on in there? Jack asked. Intercourse, Penny said. I think that's much more than intercourse, David said. The three then began to hear loud rhythmic moans. Come on, my cute girlfriend. Let's make some dinner, David said. David then entered the kitchen. I like when you call me cute. Like the day we met, Penny said. Get a room, Jack said, still not fully awake. Huh. But we already have one, Penny said. Teenagers, Jack said. Wait a minute. The day we met. Maybe, Penny said. What? Jack said. Nothing. Come on, Jack. Let's have some dinner, Penny said. Penny then dragged Jack into the kitchen. A while later the three of them had eaten and had gone to bed. Or at least tried to. Deku and Evelyn had stopped having sex in the shower, but they had not stopped having sex. Deku was laying down on Evelyn's bed as she rode him cowgirl style. They both let out moans and groans as Evelyn moved up and down. Evelyn. I'm gonna, Deku said. So am I, Evelyn said. Evelyn and Deku then both came. Let's go to bed, Deku said. Could we go one more round, please? I'll let you be in charge, Evelyn said. Deku didn't say anything as he flipped Evelyn on her back and began to fuck her. I never thought Izuku would be so into intercourse, Penny said. I don't think any of us were. But even though it's a bit awkward, it's nice see them finally doing it, David said. It is nice to see them like this, Penny said. Penny, David said. Yes, Penny said. Why aren't you looking away, David asked. Well, I don't know why. I just can't take my eyes off them. It started with watching you and Evelyn. You're not upset, are you? Penny asked. No. It's just a bit weird to know you've been watching. So are you going to look away now? David said. No, Penny said. Why? David asked. I can't stop looking at Izuku's penis. It's so big, Penny said. Could we not talk about this? David said. Oh right. It was a bit insensitive of me to say that. Considering your Penny said. Penny, please stop talking. We should not be comparing dick sizes, just like how we don't compare your boobs, David said. Oh, right, Penny said. Now could you please stop watching, David said. Come on, Aiju. Make this last round count. Fuck my brains out, Evelyn said. Deku then put Evelyn in a mating press. Oh my. I never would have ever imagined Ijuku would be the dominate one, Penny said. Penny. Stop watching them, David said. He covered Penny's eyes and turned her around, so she was no longer looking. Oh come on. Right when I had just gotten used to it. They couldn't have picked a better night for their first time together, couldn't they, Jack said to herself. Thankfully for her, Deku and Evelyn soon finished and everyone was able to go to sleep. But before Deku and Evelyn went to sleep, Evelyn noticed something. What's wrong with your eyes? Evelyn asked. Huh? Oh, that. Honestly, I don't know. I just noticed that they looked like yours one day, Deku said. Can you still see color? Evelyn asked. Yes. My eyes are perfectly fine. But I'm positive that they weren't always like this, Deku said. When did they change? Evelyn asked. I can't really put a date on it. I just noticed they were like this one day and that's it, Deku said. Well, you seem to be fine, so it's probably nothing. Good night, Aiju, Evelyn said. Good night, Eve, Deku said. Evelyn and Deku then snuggled up and went to sleep. Wednesday. Day 66. Jack, David and Penny had woken up, while Evelyn and Deku were still asleep. Oh. They look so adorable, Penny said. I must admit they do look cute, but we've got school. Now I'm gonna have a shower, you two can wake them up, but if they don't get up. I'll wake them up, Jack said, and then she yawned. Still a bit tired, David asked. Only a bit. I'll wake up fully after a shower, though tell them that I'm a bit angry that they kept me up, Jack said. You won't punish them too hard, Penny said. Don't worry. I won't. I'll just talk to them, Jack said. Jack then entered the bathroom. As she did, she noticed a pile of Evelyn's clothes on the floor that appeared to be wet and had some white stuff on them. That's disgusting, Evelyn. At least clean up after yourself, Jack thought. Jack then got undressed and entered the shower. Now that I think about it, sharing a shower with 5 people has got to be equally disgusting, Jack thought. So we found out something new about Deku, David said. What is it? Penny asked. We know he really, really likes sex, David said. I would have to agree. Ijuku's body showed signs of, Penny said. How about we wake them up first and ask them about it instead of observing them, David said. Right. Ijuku. Evelyn. It's time to get up, Penny said, as she shook the two awake. Good morning, Deku yawned. 5 more minutes, Evelyn said. Evelyn, get up. We have school, Deku said. No, Evelyn said. Bloody hell, that's fucking cold, Jack shouted. This woke Evelyn full up. Jack then came out of the bathroom with a towel around her body and a towel on her head. Water was dripping off her body. What's wrong, Jack? Penny asked. And why are you coming out in only a towel and still wee? David asked, a bit embarrassed to look at her. I was having a nice shower when the water suddenly went cold, Jack said. Oh shit, Evelyn said. I had a feeling you two would know about this, Jack said. Well, you see. During our time in the shower, we used up all the hot water, Deku said. Of course you did, Jack sighed. Sorry, Evelyn said. I'm not the only one who needs an apology. Other people have probably ended up in the same situation. So as punishment for that, and leaving your disgustingly stained clothes on the floor, you two will be doing the washing up for the rest of the week. Do you understand? Jack said menacingly. Yes, Deku and Evelyn said. Good. Now let's get ready for school, Jack said. They all then got ready for school. Jack, Penny and David had gotten changed and had headed out to the mess hall before Deku and Evelyn had gotten ready. Deku and Evelyn had almost finished changing when Deku noticed something. Evelyn. Why are you changing into your school uniform? We have combat class today, Deku said. Well, you see. I may have forgotten to wash my combat clothes and the set of clothes we came on was my last washed set, Evelyn said. Then why did you leave them on the floor and make us, Deku asked. Do you really need an answer to that question, Evelyn asked. Deku sighed and then walked to the door. Come on, let's go. It's best we don't miss breakfast, Deku said. Hold on, Aiju, Evelyn said. Come on, Evelyn. We're going to be, Deku said, as he turned to face Evelyn. He saw Evelyn bent over a desk presenting her butt to Deku and showing a view up her skirt. Evelyn then grabbed her skirt and pulled it up, giving Deku a full view of her panties. Evelyn. What are you doing, Deku asked. This bunny has been very naughty and needs to be punished, Evelyn said, swaying her butt. Evelyn. I'm not going to do that, Deku said. You seem to have no trouble spanking me in the shower, Evelyn said. You're not going to move, are you, Deku said. Nope, Evelyn said, shaking her butt. Is this a kink, Deku asked. Maybe. Go on, punish this naughty bunny with a big hard slap, Evelyn said. Deku then pulled his hand back and slapped Evelyn's butt and caused her to moan. Harder, Daddy. I'm so naughty. Use your semblance, Daddy, Evelyn said. Deku couldn't believe this. He pulled his hand back again. He then activated OFA and slapped Evelyn's ass. Evelyn let out a loud moan as his hand impacted her. The impact also left a red handprint mark on her butt. Thank you for punishing this slutty bunny. Now let's go eat, Evelyn said. Evelyn then began to leave the dormitory. As she did, Deku noticed that her miniskirt didn't cover the whole handprint mark. Deku was about to tell her, but for some reason he decided to not tell her and leave her to deal with the consequences. The two had now arrived at the mess hall and sat down with their team. The other had already gotten them some breakfast. Evelyn was sat next to Penny, and they were sat opposite to David, Jack and Deku. Hey. Penny, Evelyn said. Yes, Evelyn, Penny asked. Why are people staring at me, Evelyn asked. Most likely because of the red handprint mark that's showing, Penny said. Wait. People can see that, Evelyn asked. Why, yes. The female school uniform skirts are quite short, so a mark like that can easily be seen, Penny said. That's sly, odd, Evelyn said. What, Penny asked. Deku must have known people could have seen it. Why didn't he tell me, Evelyn asked. I don't know. I never thought Izuku would do something like that, Penny said. It does. I'm gonna get some payback, Evelyn said. Evelyn then slid under the table. I'm sorry for keeping you up, Deku said. It's fine, Izuku. I expected this would happen, Jack said. But you were really tired, Deku said. Being tired was my own fault, so I had to deal with the consequences. Anyways, I'm used to being kept up by those noises by now, Jack said, looking at David. Heh. I have no idea what you're talking about, David laughed. Oh really, Jack said. Jack and David then entered a conversation. Deku then felt something on his crotch. Evelyn. What are you doing, Deku whispered. Getting payback, Evelyn whispered. What, Deku said. Evelyn then took her blazer off and undid her shirt down to below her boobs. You let me walk around with the mark you made showing, Evelyn said. That was your fault though. You asked for it, Deku said. You could have just left me unpunished. Now I'll punish you, Evelyn said. But you can't. If you do this, you'll have to, Deku said. Evelyn then grabbed hold of something on Deku's outfit and pulled down. Deku's cock then sprang out, hitting Evelyn in the face. What will I have to do, Evelyn asked. You put a secret fly in my hunter outfit, Deku asked. Millimeter hum, Evelyn said. She then opened her mouth and put Deku's dick in her mouth and her tits around his cock. Deku let out a moan of pleasure as she did. Is everything alright, David asked. Huh. Oh yeah. Everything's alright, Deku said. Are you sure your face is, Jack said. How the food, Jack? Has it woken you up, Penny asked, distracting Jack and David. She's in on this, isn't she, Deku asked. Evelyn responded by sucking harder. Thankfully Penny was able to keep David and Jack until Evelyn was finished. Evelyn then popped up back in her seat, unnoticed by David and Jack. Evelyn, you've got a bit of cream on your cheek, David said. Oh, Evelyn said. Evelyn then went to wipe the cream from her face, but before she could, Penny put her lips to her cheek and ate the cream. This cream is absolutely delicious, Penny said. Evelyn's and Deku's face flushed red at Penny's action. What's the matter, you two? Jack asked. Nothing, Evelyn and Deku said. The bell then rang and the five of them began to make their way to class. There's no way they didn't notice, Deku said. Don't worry, they didn't. I'm a really stealthy bunny, Evelyn said. I highly doubt that, Deku said, walking ahead. Well, prepare to be proven wrong, Evelyn said. As Evelyn entered the classroom, she was stopped by Miss Goodwitch. Miss Damerot. Why are you in your school uniform and not your combat clothes? Glinda asked. Well, I had forgotten to wash my combat clothes and my last set got very messy and the school uniform was the only outfit that was suitable, Evelyn said. I see. But you should really make sure that you have the right clothes for each lesson. What if you are called to battle wearing that miniskirt? Glinda asked. Then I'll fight. I can't always fight in the right clothes, and if I flash people, that'll be on you. You choose who fights, so Evelyn said. You make a valid point, Miss Damerot. You may sit down, Glinda said. Evelyn then rejoined her team, who were sitting at the back of the classroom. Did you just get out of combat class? Jack asked. Maybe, Evelyn said. Evelyn then walked up in front of Deku and turned her back to him. She bent over and blatantly flashed her panties to Deku as she sat down on his crotch. Evelyn. Why are you doing this again? Deku asked. To show you how wrong you are, Evelyn said. Evelyn then began to fuck Deku as the first match started. Due to the loud noises and everyone focusing on the fights, Evelyn was able to get away doing it multiple times, without anyone noticing, apart from the teammates, who kept quiet. And as planned by Evelyn, Glinda had not called her up to fight. The last match of the day was between David and Blake. That's enough. Mr. Dik's aura is in the red. I must say though, I didn't expect Miss Belladonna's aura to dip so much into the yellow against you, Mr. Dik's, Glinda said. Oh. You're right. I hadn't noticed, David said. And that's a good thing. You don't know how many students make it a habit of looking at the screen or their scrolls instead of focusing on the battle, Glinda said. Sure, keep talking like I'm not here. Blake said. Oh, I'm sorry, Blake, David said. Blake and David then left the battlefield. I'll be. Finally got past that mental block, Jack asked. What mental block, partner? David asked. Well. This is the first time I've ever seen you be aggressive during a spar. And outside of the moments where you've been pushed into a corner. I guess what happened with Bella shook you, huh? Jack said. Yeah. I realized that people are not just going to play nice or wait for me to get stronger. But it's not like I didn't want to get stronger before, no, David said. Yeah, but there's a big difference between wanting to get stronger for your friends and because your survival depends on it. And that change in mindset also brought on some much needed aggressiveness in your fighting style, Jack said. I'm not exactly happy about that, but I guess it's a necessity. Moving on, lunch. The others go ahead, David asked. Penny headed out as soon as your fight was over. Izuku and Evelyn are still at it, Jack said. I'm just going to ignore that second part. She did. Where to? David asked. To Vale. She said she needed to talk to her father and needed some privacy, Jack said. Huh. I see, David said. Now let's go. I don't want to be around the two of them for any longer, Jack said. I agree, David said. Jack and David then left the classroom. This left Evelyn and Deku alone in the classroom. Now that they are gone, we can really get into it, Evelyn said. Deku then pushed Evelyn up and onto the floor. I'm not going to sit back and take this anymore, Deku said. I'm sorry, Izuku. I shouldn't have, Evelyn said. I'm not going to let you pin me down like that again, Deku said. Evelyn said. You are no longer Top Bunny, Deku said. Deku then pulled out the 3 condoms Evelyn had gave him at the party. You kept them? Evelyn asked. Yes. And I think this is the best time to use them on you, you little slut, Deku said. Evelyn's body twitched in excitement. Oh fuck yes, Daddy, Evelyn said. Deku then put one of the condoms on and began to fuck Evelyn hard. Penny was currently making her way to the Bullhead Landing. Hi Penny, Ruby said, running up to her. Ruby. You surprised me, Penny said. Sorry. I was heading back for lunch after changing out of my uniform, saw you walking and... Where are you going, by the way, Ruby asked. Into Vale and to the CCTS center. I need to speak to my father, Penny said. You, Penny's father. But you know, the area for the public is currently closed. It opens later, in the afternoon, Ruby said. It's alright. I got a special. I mean, it is. What an unexpected conundrum, Penny said. You should check opening hours before deciding to skip lunch, Ruby said. I guess, Penny said. Hey, Penny, why don't we go into Vale together, Ruby asked. Together, Penny asked. We could have lunch together and then hang around until the CCTS opens. We've never done that, have we? Hanging out just the two of us, Ruby said. I'd like that, and there's no reason why I should refuse, having time to lose, right, Penny said. Right. A girl's day out it is, Ruby said. Also. I can't help it. I have to ask about that, Ruby thought. Penny and Ruby then went into Vale. Evelyn and Deku had now used up all 3 condoms. 2 of them were full of cum whilst the last one was broken. Deku had used one for all in his final round, which caused it to break from the speed and force of his thrust. And now was laying on the ground as a vast amount of cum oozed out of her pussy, going all over the floor and her uniform, which had been disagreed. So, are we done for the day, Deku asked. Hell no. First, this is the best fucking I've had, and second, we have way more rounds to get through, Evelyn said. Well then. At least that's 3 more down, Deku said. Oh no, it's not. The counter only goes down when I initiate it. Those 3 you initiated, so they are invalid, Evelyn said. You're doing this to get more sex, aren't you, Deku asked. Can you blame me? I've waited so long and you're so good. And I know you like it too, Evelyn said. I have no comment, Deku said. Evelyn giggled. Now, mind helping me up, Evelyn asked. Deku then went to pick Evelyn up. By my ears, Daddy, Evelyn said. Deku sighed as he firmly grabbed Evelyn's ears and pulled her up. Evelyn let out a scream of pleasure and pain. Evelyn then got dressed and they quickly headed back to their dorm room. They had just barely entered and locked the door before they started going back at it. They did it on Evelyn's bed, then in the kitchen while doing the dishes, then while they washed Evelyn's clothes, and in many other places doing other things. In total they had gotten though half of the backlog before their bodies gave out and they fell asleep. Meanwhile, Penny had just finished her call with her father. Sorry to keep you waiting, Ruby, Penny said. Oh, it's alright. I counted clouds, Ruby said. You did, Penny asked. For 2 minutes. So boring. Then I started playing games on my scroll. Did you manage to talk to your father in peace, Ruby asked. Yes. But we will speak to each other more pretty soon, face to face, Penny said. What? You mean your father is coming to Beacon, Ruby asked. Yes. I've missed him so much, Penny said. Was it a programmed visit, Ruby asked. Yes. But it got moved up. There's a couple of things I desperately need his counsel on. And, one of them is best not talked about over the network, Penny said. Oh. I mean, I don't really get it, but I understand. Speaking of things I don't understand. Hey Penny, Ruby said. Yes, Penny asked. It's about David. I was coming to check on him after, Ruby said. Ruby, look out, Penny shouted. Hey, Ruby said. David then returned to the dormitory. I'm back. Have you two finished your horny fucking? David asked. Oh my gods, David. Have you seen Penny? Evelyn asked. What do you mean, have you seen Penny? She's not back yet, David asked. No. She's so late and she's not answering her scroll. We're so worried, Deku said. Maybe. Now they're targeting you lot because you're protecting me, David said. You don't mean, Evelyn said. I'm going into Vale, David said. No. We all are going into Vale, Deku said. And no splitting up bullshit, Evelyn said. I'm forced to agree, David said. Let's call Jack and meet her at the Bullhead Landing. We're still in time for the last one to Beacon, Deku said. The three then made their way to the Bullhead Landing. Jack. Please tell me you found her, Evelyn said. No, I can't find her anywhere in Beacon, Jack said. I can't believe they'd move so soon, Deku said. Me either, and I can't believe they could get Penny so easily. So let's just all hope we're wrong, Jack said. The four then dashed off to catch the last bullhead. As they did, they passed Ruby. Huh. Wasn't that home? I wonder where they're going. Penny is going to worry if she doesn't find anyone when she comes back, Ruby said. Up in Ozpin's office. Is your student alright? James Ozpin asked. Yes. She wasn't injured, but her medical situation created some complications. She's already recovering though, Ironwood said. Ozpin, this feels wrong, Glinda said. I know. It won't be the last time we do something that feels like so. Still, this is the less confrontational way we have for locking down these students, Ozpin said. I shall go to Vale and apprehend them for breaking curfew, then Glinda said. Glinda then left Ozpin's office. Glinda has changed, Ironwood said. She has. But she still knows where priorities lie, Ozpin said. Jack, David, Deku and Evelyn had been looking for Penny in Vale for quite some time now. Hopefully Jack has more luck inside. It's so late and there's no ones. Hold that though. Excuse me, Miss Evelyn said. Oh, what a nice young lady you are. But you don't need to flatter me, the woman said. Excuse me, Evelyn said. You can call me M. It's obvious I'm a married woman, no, the woman said. I guess, Evelyn said. Time goes by, as they say. And after 8 children, it's only natural for your age to show and beauty to give way to maturity, the woman said. Say what? Evelyn said. 8 children, Deku questioned. How old are you? No time for this. We're looking for our friend. Maybe you've seen her, David said. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to delay you. It may just so happen I've seen her. What does she look like? The woman asked. Red hair, shoulder length, and freckles. Wears mostly green, Deku said. And a big pink ribbon, David said. Oh my, I have seen her. She's one of the girls who got into a car accident earlier today, the woman said. A car accident, the three asked. What car accident? What happened, Jack asked. I'm sorry. Are you with them as well, the woman asked. Yes, miss. Sorry to surprise you like that. What exactly do you know, Jack asked. Well, your friend wasn't alone. She was in the company of a girl with dark hair wearing a long red cloak. Either way, a truck lost control and was about to run her over. When your friend stopped it barehanded, the woman said. Hey. That's Penny all right, Deku said. But if that's all that happened, where is she now, Evelyn asked. I don't know about that. What happened next was really curious, though. Your friend Penny ran away, towards that side street, the woman said. She ran away. From Ruby, Jack asked. I wouldn't know. In the confusion she dropped her scroll, though. I was planning on returning it to her on Saturday. But since you're her friends, I can entrust you with it, the woman said. Thank you so much, Miss, Jack said. You've been a great help, Miss, David said. I hope you can find her soon. She seemed quite upset and I think she could really use such good friends as you, the woman said. Well said, miss. After her, Evelyn said. The four then dashed down the side street the woman had pointed out. My, such cute kids. And the earnest worry they have for their friend. Home. Maybe, the woman said. The four had gone down the side street but they didn't find Penny. They were now stood outside of a bar. Maybe we can ask people in that bar, Jack asked. They are probably too drunk for us to get anything out of them, David said. Penny. I wonder what upset her so much. Why would she run from Ruby, of all people, Evelyn asked. Yeah, that's. Wait a minute. Didn't we run past Ruby Rose at the Bullhead Landing, Deku asked. Oh my gods, we did, Evelyn shouted. But she was alone, Jack said. Freaking. Never mind that, why didn't we call her immediately after talking with that girl, David said. Deku then took out his scroll and called Ruby. Ijuku. It's so late, Ruby said. Ruby, I'm sorry for the hour but. Do you know where Penny is, Deku asked. Probably in your room. Wait, why are you in Vale? You missed the last Bullhead, Ruby said. What do you mean in our room, Deku asked. Put her on speaker, Evelyn said. Where else should she be, Ruby asked. Ruby, we met someone who told us about the incident with the truck. Penny dropped her scroll and by the time we ran past you she hadn't come back to our room yet, Deku said. Oh, I guess they hadn't finished her treatment yet, Ruby said. What treatment, Jack asked. Nothing serious. It's just, after the thing happened another thing happened and. Anyway, she called General Ironwood. Last I saw her she was going with a couple guys in Atlas Army uniform, Ruby said. General Ironwood. Then she was never lost or in danger, Evelyn said. And you would have known that right away if you had just bothered to ask, Glinda said. Professor Goodwitch, David said. Oh. Now you're in trouble, Ruby said. Instead you went ahead and left the school, breaking curfew. I hope you realize this means you broke school rules, Glinda said. Well. Yes, but Evelyn said. We're going to discuss this later. Specifically, we're going to discuss your punishment. Especially your situation. Don't you think you acted a bit too recklessly, children, Glinda asked. Sorry, Miss Goodwith, David said. We were just worried that we didn't think things through properly, Jack said. Yeah, we, Deku said. I can understand your reasons. You were worried about your teammate, but that's exactly why you should have come to me to begin with, Glinda said. Ruby, Deku said. Yes, Ruby said. When did you leave Penny, Deku asked. Oh, it was a few minutes past 10. I remember because I realized, I had just missed the second to last bullhead back to Ruby said but was cut off by Deku ending the call. How could you? Deku asked. Partner Jack asked. You're right, we should have thought about our situation. We're the ones most aware of it, after all, Deku said. Indeed, Glinda said. And that includes Penny, Deku shouted. Mr. Midoriya, you are not in a situation where you can raise your voice at me, Glinda said. Oh, right now I'm in the mood to raise much more than my voice at you, you horse cunt, Jack shouted. Miss Ivory, Glinda said. When Penny left with those soldiers. It was almost 4 hours ago. Penny would know how worried it would make us, not hearing from her for so long, Evelyn said. There's no way she wouldn't have noticed she lost her scroll. There's no way she wouldn't have asked Ironwood to at least tell us she was fine, Jack said. And you? You purposely withheld it from us. To catch us breaking the rules. Knowing fully well going to you and Ozpin would never cross our minds, considering how helpful you've been so far, David said. That's preposterous, Glinda said. Preposterous, she says. Evelyn, Jack said. With pleasure, Evelyn said. Miss Damerot, don't you dare, Glinda said. Evelyn began to use her semblance. Miss Goodwitch, you shouldn't lie to Evelyn said. Oh, crud. Cool your jets, we can't do it, Evelyn said. What do you mean? What did you see? David asked. The whole shebang. Ironwood telling them about Penny, Ozpin and Ironwood deciding to keep it from us, Ozpin convincing Glinda to come get us. See the pattern yet? Evelyn asked. She didn't want to do it, Jack said. Nope, Evelyn said. That's hardly. Wait, why are you? Glinda said. Did he foresee this as well? David asked. Knowing him. He probably did, Jack said. Played the 5 of us like damn fiddles, he did, Evelyn said. You're including me? Glinda asked. I'm kind of glad, though, David said. Yeah. Me too, Jack said. So glad. Sorry, Prof. Goodwitch, Evelyn said. At least we know you don't follow him blindly, Deku said. What exactly is going on here? Glinda asked. Miss Goodwitch. Believe me, I know how it feels like, dealing with the headmaster. It always seems like he knows what's best, Jack said. But you're always thinking of your students first, even when you go along with things that feel wrong. You realized it as protecting us, I could see it, Evelyn said. Maybe I'm a bit disappointed. But we've all been bamboozled by him, before. Ah, the blood rushed to my head. What was I thinking? Deku said. You. What are you? Glinda said. You're a good teacher, Miss Goodwitch, the 4 said. All right. Let's go to the Bullhead Landing. I bet you came here with the school's private one, Jack said. I'm so mentally tired. I want to see my partner, Evelyn said. Me too. Want a hug? In the meanwhile, David asked. My hero. Though I do mind making the plural, Evelyn asked. Sure, Deku said. The 3 then began to walk to the Bullhead Landing. Hey, don't leave me behind. Your leader commands a group hug, Jack said. Wait. Mr. Midoriya. General Ironwood wishes to speak with you, Glinda said. Oh, come off it, Jack said. After what just happened, neither Ironwood nor Ozpin should be requesting to see him, Evelyn said. He knows. Doesn't he? Deku asked. Ijuku, what are you? David asked. Ozpin told Ironwood, didn't he? Deku asked. Yes, Glinda said. And you stood by and said nothing, didn't you? Deku asked. Yes. Yes, I did, Glinda said. I take back everything I said. Fuck you, Miss Glinda Goodwitch, Deku said. And fuck Ozpin and Ironwood. I was holding out hope that the actions Ozpin takes are indeed for the greater good. But now that he's told Ironwood about me, that crosses the line. I should have been consolidated first. It's my secret after all, and it's a fucking big one. I don't recall Ozpin telling us what's preventing him from dealing with our situation. So what gives him the right to tell my secrets? Deku asked. Nothing, Glinda said. Well, it's good to know someone in that tower understands. Now, I've heard from Penny how General Ironwood doesn't take into account the needs of the singular if it's for the greater good. I'm all for that. But the person should have the right to refuse. There are many people in this world who may have extraordinary semblances if only they became a hunter, but not everyone chooses to become one. So now, what you are going to do is go and tell Ozpin and Ironwood that I will not be a chess piece in their game and that they can shove those pieces up their ass until they come out of their mouths. Am I clear, Miss Goodbitch? Deku asked, anger seething. Yes, Glinda said. Deku then walked off to the Bullhead landing. What on Remnant have you done? Jack asked. Betrayed his trust, Glinda said. No shit, Evelyn said. You must have really fucked up to anger him this much, David said. We certainly have, Glinda said. Good night, Miss Goodwitch, the three said, as they followed after Deku. What kind of good teacher am I, lying and going behind the backs of my students? Glinda asked. You certainly don't make a good damsel in distress, either, a voice said. What? You, Glinda said. How am I supposed to make a good entrance with no one to save? Home, the man said. Crow, you're drunk, Glinda said. Always drunk, Crow said. I mean more than usual. Why are you in Beacon? Aren't you supposed to be on reconnaissance? Glinda asked. And you're supposed to be the frigid headmistress, but there you go getting all emotional. You should have just whopped their asses, Crow said. You know nothing, Branwen, Glinda said. I'm a teacher, Crow said. You're of the same ilk as the headmaster. You've got a mentality I will never share fully. Always in the middle, wanting these children to become soldiers but also to have a semblance of a normal life, Glinda said. And that's bad, Crow asked. It is if their survival depends on it, Glinda said. Glinda. Summer died, Crow said. I know, Glinda said. If she died, with everything she had to come back to. Most of those kids do not stand a chance of seeing old age. We don't ourselves, Crow said. I will never agree with that, Crow, Glinda said. Because you're a teacher before a huntress, Crow said. You still haven't explained what you're doing here, Glinda said. Too tired for that, right now. But I'm following a trail. You think bad guys don't come to Vale? Crow asked. Ozpin will want to know you're in town, Glinda said. I know. But I'd bet he already knows. Well, good night, Crow said. Crow then walked off. Yes, Ozpin sure knows a lot, doesn't he? Glinda asked. The five of them then returned to Beacon, Deku sitting as far away from Glinda as possible. I assume you can make your own way to your dorm room, Glinda said. Yes, Miss Goodwitch, David said. Glinda then left. Ijuku, Evelyn said. Let's go see Penny, Deku smiled. Lead the way, Jack said. The four of them then made their way to their dorm room. You're back. Goodness, you went looking for me? Penny asked. Yeah. But we can talk about it tomorrow, Deku said. We're just glad you're okay, Evelyn said. Also, the three of us are confined to Beacon for the immediate future. Which I guess could be a good thing, Jack said. But I don't understand, Penny said. It's okay, Penny. Moving on, fearless leader, should we get to your command? David asked. Great idea, partner. I think it's the only way we can end this night, Jack said. I'm in complete agreement. On the count of three, Evelyn asked. What are you? Penny said. 3, David said. The four then tackled Penny into a big hug. Guys, Penny said. For once, Penny is the target, Evelyn said. I know, right? fell the full weight of our love, David said. This is what I do to people. Ah. Not the collar, Penny shouted. Just watch your hands, Izuku, Jack said. Hey. It's not me. Not that I don't, I mean, you've got a nice Deku said. What? Then who? Carrots, Jack shouted. Evelyn laughed. You four should get to bed. You need as much rest for tomorrow's classes, Penny said. You mean the 5 of us, Penny, David said. Yeah. There's no way we're letting you escape our hugs, Evelyn said. And you'll need your sleep as well, Deku said. Oh. Right. Silly me, Penny said. Okay. So I'll leave you to it, Jack said. Oh no, Jackie. You can't escape a team hug until I say so, Evelyn said. Who made you in charge, Jack asked. Everyone was then picked up by Deku. Deku then put everyone onto the double bed. That doesn't matter. Let's go to bed, Deku said. Penny was placed in the middle of the bed, with Deku and David on either side. Jack and Evelyn were on 2 of them. Evelyn over David and Penny, while Jack was over Deku and Penny. They soon all fell asleep in each other's arms. Thursday. Day 67. Jack woke up early in the morning. There was still a lot of time before they had to go to lessons. Jack then noticed that her head was resting on Deku's chest and that his hand was on her butt. You really think my butt is nice, Jack blushed. Wait, what am I saying? I shouldn't. Fuck it, I'm too tired to think about this, Jack said. Jack then went back to sleep, still on Deku's chest. Little did she know that Penny was awake and had heard everything. Team JPDE were now in class and the lesson had just ended. You should have all skipped class, Penny said. We thought about it, but David said. Mr. Dik Begis. 4/5 of your team look horrible, Peach said. Eh. I know, David said. We didn't have the best of nights, Professor Peach, Jack said. Considering it somehow ended up in a disciplinary action for the 4 of you, I'd agree, Peach said. That's putting it lightly, Deku said. Evelyn was fast asleep on the desk. What do you say we get Miss Damarot to stop drooling all over the mahogany and you can tell me what happened over lunch, Peach asked. We would be happy to, Professor Jack said. They then woke Evelyn up and headed to the mess hall and told Peach what happened. Truly disgusting, Peach said. We kind of had the same immediate reaction, Jack said. I'm glad you stopped yourselves before. Well, Glinda wouldn't have let you do anything irreparable. But I bet she felt she had to endure your verbal abuse, Peach said. She better have, Deku said. All of this to stop our team from continuing our investigation, Penny said. The result of the eternal arrogant dichotomy of Headmaster Ozpin. For all the good he does, the foundation of his tower is rotten. But this situation may actually be to your advantage, Peach said. It could. How, Jack asked. There's a rule in the school book we can exploit. There's only one problem. It can only be used if all of the team is undergoing disciplinary action, Peach said. I can arrange that, Penny said. Penny, what do you have in mind, David asked. Nothing too crazy. Trust me, David. This is the perfect opportunity for us to put our shoe down, Penny said. It's foot down, Penny, Deku said. Still hungry? Don't distract yourself, Evelyn said. How much of this is really about being tired and how much is about you wanting to be pampered, Deku asked. 50-50, Evelyn said. Anyway, you're not going to tell us what you have in mind, Deku asked. That's a negative. You would insist in getting in trouble with me, when what we need to do is even ourselves. But I can tell you this. I won't be leaving Beacon, Penny said. Okay then. I'm gonna go, Deku said. But you still need to feed me, Evelyn said. David can do that. I'm going for a walk, Deku said. Evelyn then got off Deku, allowing him to leave the mess hall. May I ask what's bothering Mr. Midoriya? Peach asked. All we know is that Ironwood has learned something private about Izuku. And he was really not happy about it, Jack said. He was furious when he found out, Evelyn said. We have no idea what he told them, and I don't think we should ask anytime soon, David said. I see. I'll have a chat with Glinda, Peach said. After David had finished eating lunch and had fed Evelyn the rest of hers, David went out to look for Deku. He soon found him in the garden. Hey Izuku, David said. Hello David, Deku said. I wanted to talk to you about something, David said. What is it about? Deku asked. It's about our relationship with the girls. More specifically our sexual relationship with Evelyn so far, David said. Oh. David, I don't want you to, Deku said. Relax. I won't let our sizes ruin what we have. I mean, Evelyn is bigger than Penny, but that's not a problem, David said. You're right. We can't change what we are given. You can't increase your size just like how Penny can't increase hers, Deku said. Exactly. Now on to the second thing, David said. And what is that? Deku asked. Now that you are ready. Are we going to have a threesome? David asked. I think we should stay away from that type of thing. At least until Penny is ready, Deku said. I can agree with that. Though I wonder how Evelyn will react, David asked. She'll probably be disappointed at first, but will respect our decision, Deku said. Yeah. Now third thing, David said. It's about us, isn't it? Deku asked. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if I swing that way, but David said. Let's just see what happens between us. Like the girls, Deku said. You're right. So do we start calling each other boyfriend? David asked. I'll bet that would make someone really happy, Deku said. The two then laughed, before then discussing more about their relationship. Deku entered his dorm room to see Evelyn and Pyrrha. Oh, hello Pyrrha. What are you doing here? Deku asked. Trying to get Pyrrha to make the first move, Evelyn said. And how's that going? Deku asked. So and so. Theory is going swimmingly, but I'm a bit worried about practice, Evelyn said. How so? Deku asked. Because Pyrrha is 100% heterosexual, that's why, Evelyn said. Okay. But I don't follow, Deku said. What Evelyn means is that practicing hand-holding with someone not in my strike zone, so to speak, is not exactly useful, Pyrrha said. The training's purpose is to take her out of her comfort zone, and she's perfectly at ease with girls, Evelyn said. I've been sharing living space, training and showers with other girls since I was a child, Pyrrha said. Oh, yeah. Makes sense, Deku said. Well, since you're her, tag in. Come on, Pyrrha, get on grabbing, Evelyn said. What? Pyrrha said. Well, I do have an Y chromosome in me, Deku said. Yes, but... I mean, you're Penny's boyfriend, Pyrrha said. Also Evelyn's and David's actually. But anyway, it's just holding hands, Deku said. Wait. Did I just hear you right? Pyrrha asked. We'll have time to discuss polygamy later. Just grab onto his hand, already, Evelyn said. Alright, Pyrrha said. Pyrrha grabbed hold of Deku's hand, blushing as she did so. How am I doing? Pyrrha asked. You're doing well, but... Try to relax, Deku said. Sorry, it's just... I've never held hands with a boy before, Pyrrha said. Got it. Still, see. It's nothing too bad, Deku said. Well, yeah, but... It's so different from a handshake, Pyrrha said. In what way? Evelyn asked, winking at Deku. Well, it's... His hand is so big and feels strong, but he's trying his best to be gentle in his grip, Pyrrha said. Like he would ever hurt you, Evelyn said. I know that, and it's nice. As a girl, instead of a hunter, it's nice being treated gently, you know, Pyrrha said. Oh, I know. Is the docking complete? Admiral Evelyn asked. Fully intertwined, Deku said. Ha, Pyrrha said. Pyrrha then noticed that her hand was now fully intertwined with Deku's. Pyrrha said. Well, you didn't pass out or turn to stone. I'd say you're ready, Pyrrha Evelyn said. Am I? Pyrrha asked. Absolutely. All you need is to do with Jaun what you just did with Izuku, Evelyn said. I didn't do much, Pyrrha said. Then I guess it won't be a problem, will it? Deku asked. No. No, it won't. Thanks guys. I'll invite Jaun out right now, Pyrrha said. Pyrrha then left the room. She's such a nice girl, Deku said. I know. I hope she gets what she wants, Evelyn said. She certainly deserves it, Deku said. Yeah, but things in life don't always come to those who deserve it. They do come to those who take action. And speaking of action, Evelyn said. You did not just get in the mood because of that, Deku said. You holding hands with a redhead Amazon. Did too, Evelyn said. Didn't you say she's fully heterosexual? Deku asked. We're not, Evelyn said. I guess you're right, Deku said. Evelyn then pushed Deku onto her bed. But first tell me what you think of this, Evelyn said. Evelyn then showed Deku a picture she had taken of Pyrrha with her hair down. I Deku said. I knew you would find her attractive like that, Evelyn said. Deku and Evelyn then began to have a fun, passionate evening. Outside of their room, Pyrrha was still by the door. She had not gone far and so she could hear Evelyn and Deku. She blushed profusely as she continued to listen. I want that to be me and Jaun, Pyrrha said. Friday. Day 68. Thriller was currently in the living room of their safe house. Bella's scroll then went off. Bella's scroll. And this number, Thriller said. Thriller then answered the call. Is this David? Thriller asked. Salutations, Thriller. I was 75% sure you were going to be the one to answer Bella's scroll, Penny said. You're Penny? Thriller asked. How is Bella doing? Have you reset her yet? Penny asked. I figured your leader had taken my diary, Thriller said. Yeah. I'm sorry about Bella, Thriller, Penny said. Why are you sorry? Thriller asked. Because her situation is so sad. Her actions may be unforgivable, but they don't come from her real self. If she's been having moments of clarity, as you detailed in the diary, I can only imagine how she must feel, Penny said. Why are you calling this number, Penny? Thriller asked. Well, I figured that you would be coming to Beacon sometime soon to try and kidnap David. I wanted to tell you that you wouldn't be able to and invite to talk, Penny said. And who would stop me? Thriller asked. Me, of course. I'm sorry, but the probability of you being able to do anything to any of my friends without me noticing and stopping you is equivalent to 0. But Bella needs you. So, I wanted to invite you to talk, alone, so that you wouldn't get captured by the faculty members when the fight broke out, Penny said. The Beacon Bullhead Landing, 1 a.m. Tomorrow night, Thriller said. Thank you so much. I'll bring the diary as well. Have a nice day, Thriller. Greetings to Bella as well, Penny said. What? What a weird girl, Thriller laughed. Deku had called up Coco for their push-up match for the bag of coffee. Well. Happy you didn't get cold feet, Coco said. I was the one who called you up this Friday afternoon. I'm not going to become suddenly scared of you, Deku said. We'll see about that. Anyway, the rules are simple. Same position, we start at the same time and whoever stops first is the loser, Coco said. Simple enough. Best out of 3, Deku asked. Want to tire me out? You're actually putting some strategy into this. Is this why you called me up on a Friday? Hoping the week tired me out, Coco asked. Not really. I just think that Jack would enjoy some Saturday morning coffee. I also assume that you can't function without morning coffee, so might as well win the bag of coffee on a day when it won't affect your studies, Deku said. You're so thoughtful and overconfident. I'll put you in your place, Coco said. I have good reason to be confident. It took me just under a year to gain the body I have at the start of the year. So I know all about endurance, Deku said. I see. On the count of 3, Coco asked. The two then got on the ground and started to do push-ups. 86. 87. 88, Coco said. 89. 90, Deku said. Feeling tired yet, boy toy, Coco asked. Like doing 100 push-ups would ever tire me out. You'll have to last longer to beat me, Deku said. Is that so? Then I will push on. 100. Now to 1,000, Coco said. Bring it on, Deku said. The two continued doing push-ups to 1,000 and then past 1,000. They continued going as the sun set and the moon rose. Come on, give up, boy toy. I see you shaking, Coco said. So are you, and you've slowed down, Deku said. No, I haven't. That's just your imagination, Coco said. The amount of sweat dropping off your body tells me otherwise, Deku said. You trying to fluster me to get me to drop? Well, I'll tell you it won't work, Coco said. The two continued on for a while before their arms gave out and they both fell to the ground. How many push-ups have you done? Coco asked, breathing heavily. Lost count. How many have you done? Deku asked, breathing heavily. Also lost count, Coco said. So does this mean we both lose? Or both win? Deku asked. Ha, Coco said. Either we both get nothing or you get your 21 questions and I get my bag of coffee, Deku said. The second option. Let's go to the mess hall. Of course, after we catch our breath and have a shower, Coco said. Sounds good to me, Deku said. After a while the two had recovered enough to stand up. Coco grabbed the bottom of her sweater and lifted up to whip her face, allowing Deku to see her black lace bra. Meanwhile, Deku unzipped his one-piece suit to allow his body to breathe and cool down, allowing Coco to see his abs. The two blushed at the views each other was showing but didn't notice the other was blushing as well. The two then both left the classroom arena and headed for the showers. Deku was currently waiting at a table in the mess hall. Sorry for the wait, Izuku. Showering and brewing took a little more than usual, Coco said. Coco arrived with 2 mugs of coffee. One with a crown and on that said "GIT good" in blood writing. My hair's a mess, isn't it? So puffy, Coco said. Mess? Have you seen my hair? Deku asked. Fair enough. Your hair is like the emerald forest, Coco said. I'm sure that minigun of yours would be great at trimming it, Deku said. Your hair or the forest? Coco asked. Both. I trust your skills with that minigun, Deku said. Oh, thanks. Here's your coffee, Coco said. And why do I get the GIT good mug? We brought Drew, Deku said. But I don't have another crown mug, Coco said. Then I will take the GIT good mug with grace. Unlike your lose of the exhibition matches, Deku said. You can have the crown mug, Coco said. Deku then took the crown mug and had a sip. Oh, wow. This is good, Deku said. Nana used to run a shop. Mom never took to it but I had her teach me everything she could, Coco said. And yet you're in a school for hunters. How come? Deku asked. Simply put. The money, Coco said. I see. I know a friend who's also in it for the money, but I'm guessing from your fashion choice, your family isn't strapped for lion, Deku said. Nope. Now time for our game of 21 questions, Coco said. Can I have the coffee bag first? Deku asked. Oh, sure, Coco said. Coco the tossed the bag of coffee over to Deku. Answer yes or no, Coco said. Okay, shoot, Deku said. Alright. So, is Evelyn your girlfriend, Coco asked. Yeah, Deku said. Got the easy one out of the way first. Now, are you in a relationship with Penny as well, Coco asked. Yes, Deku said. Are you cheating, Coco asked. No, Deku said. Do you know David is in a relationship with them as well, Coco asked. Well duh. We live in the same room, Deku said. Oh, so it's an open relationship, Coco asked. No, Deku said. A poly relationship. Of course, as you said you are all on the same team, Coco said. Are you the alpha, Coco asked. What, Deku said. I heard you and Evelyn in your room on Wednesday. And it sounded like you were giving her a really good time, Coco said. I refuse to answer, Deku said. Oh my gods. You are the alpha. I thought it would have been Evelyn. Well, at least she is for David, Coco said. Can we please stop talking about my partner's sex lives, Deku asked. After finishing answering Coco's questions, the two went back to their respective dorms. Hey partner. I got you a bag of coffee, Deku said, as he entered the room and threw the bag to Jack before planting himself in bed and falling asleep. Oh, thanks, Jack said. Coco then entered her room to see that her teammate were asleep. She then noticed that Velvet was asleep in a bunny suit. Shit. I completely forgot about tonight. I'm sorry, my bun, Coco said, as she kissed Velvet's forehead. Coco then noticed a stack of pictures with Velvet in suggestive positions in her uniform. Now what do we have here, Coco asked. Saturday. Day 69. Evelyn was still sleeping, and Penny had gone for her weekly checkup. I really don't feel like studying, Jack said. Me either, David said. And I don't feel like being Evelyn's body pillow. And since we can't leave the school, why don't we go on a walk or something, Deku said. Beats staying cooped up in our room until we go crazy, Jack said. Deku then escaped Evelyn's grasp and got changed. The three of them walked around Beacon. Learn for your thought, David asked. When the headmaster told me I'd have to attend his school for the next year, I thought, well, I'll be able to relax, Jack said. Never thought you'd get in this kind of mess, Deku asked. No, but I'm glad I did. I didn't think I'd like being on a team this much. I have collaborated with other orphans before, but I've never stuck together with someone for so long. And now I also have a lead on my sister, after thinking her dead for so long. You should have dropped out of the sky long ago, David, Jack said. Sorry, wasn't up to me. I could do without the would-be kidnappers, though. Speaking of which, I wonder what Penny meant by putting her foot down, David said. Isn't it obvious, Jack asked. Not exactly, David said. It's actually something me and Penny spoke about while you were with Evelyn. It's time to stop being pushed around. So far we've only been reacting to things and gathering information. Which is actually the modus operandi of the headmaster, now that I think about it. Curse all these years working for him. But that's not enough. All the mind games, dancing around the issue and each other, waltzing into the enemy's den, not wanting to expose ourselves. It's only a matter before someone gets hurt. Restraint is no longer on the menu. What Penny has in mind is a show of strength, Jack said. You mean alone? But didn't she, David said. Oh my. What a coincidence. Hello again, a voice said. The voice belonged to the woman from the night when they got grounded. What a nice surprise. How have you been? Did you find your friend? Was she okay, the woman asked. Yes, miss. And we're doing good enough, thank you, Deku said. You got in trouble for being out so late on a school day, didn't you, the woman asked. How How did you know that? David asked. I'm a mother, my dears. These kind of situations aren't a novelty. Although, I would have personally given you a pass this one time, considering the motives of your outing. Oh. Look at me ramble on without introducing myself. My name's Madonna, the woman said. Nice to meet you, Miss Madonna. My name's David Dikebegis, David said. I'm Ijuku Midoriya, but some call me Deku, Deku said. I'm Jaculine B. Ivory, but friends call me Jack. Thank you again for your help, Jack said. Oh, nonsense. And my, Jacqueline is such a pretty name. And you are a very pretty young girl, Madonna said. Thanks, miss. My father gave it to me, Jack blushed. Is this cute and handsome young man your boyfriend? Madonna asked. No, we're not. I mean, I'm not her boyfriend, Deku said. He's my partner, Jack said. Oh. You mean as in, Beacon curriculum partner? But why? You'd make such a nice couple, Madonna said. I guess, but I'm also his leader, also David is my partner, and he's already got two, Jack said. Excuse me. He's already got two what? Madonna asked. Two girlfriends. Which are also the same girls I'm dating, David said. Polyamory. In real life. In a school setting. My dear boys, you two simply must tell me more, Madonna said. Deku and David couldn't reply after Madonna's sudden interest in them. Miss, why did you come to Beacon? Jack asked. Oh, that's true. Goodness, I was almost forgetting, Madonna said. How did you know Penny was a Beacon student? David asked. Not many other places and aura user that young can be staying at, in Vale, Madonna said. So you could feel her aura. You're a hunter, Jack said. Retired. And to answer your first question, I'm here looking for a student. I would very much welcome your help, Madonna said. Sure. We owe you one, after all, Deku said. And while we walk, you two can tell me more about your love life, Madonna said. Penny's checkup was now over, and she was now in the dormitory halls with General Ironwood. Thanks again, General, Penny said. As always. Penny, a moment, if you please, Ironwood said. Yes, General, Penny said. I wanted to tell you that your father has decided to come visit us, Ironwood said. He has. That's wonderful. I've missed him so much and I have so many things to tell him, Penny said. Yes. I will have to offer him my apologies for the situation you've found yourself into, Ironwood said. Situation? What situation? Penny asked. Your father entrusted me to your care with the clause that I'd protect you. But considering all the dangerous situations you've found yourself in since I let you join this team, I certainly failed. I wonder what he'll think, Ironwood said. I thank you for your worrying, General, but it's misplaced, Penny said. Misplaced? Ironwood asked. You should know it better than anyone. There's nothing in this world for me to fear. That's the clause you gave my father in exchange for your sponsor, no. Now, I'm sorry but I need to go pull my partner out of bed. Or she will sleep through lunch. Salutations, Penny said. Penny then entered her dorm room. David and Deku had told Madonna about how they got into their relationship. And that's when Evelyn ran into the bathroom. Seeing me on full display before quickly running into the kitchen, Deku said. I remember my school day being crazy but yours seems like something out of one of my books, Madonna said. So you're a writer, Miss Madonna? Jack asked. Again, with the miss. You flatter. Anyway, yes. I've just finished a pretty big series and I thought I'd take an extended vacation in Vale to get some inspiration for my next endeavor, Madonna said. I bet they're romance novels, David said. Ethan adult-only sighed. Even if it seems. Will you excuse me one moment? I've found the person I came here for, Madonna said. Where is she? Jack asked. She's heading to where Team JNPR and RWBY are, Deku said. The two teams had just entered the mess hall. I swear I will find a material you can't affect, Pyrrha. Other than wood, that is, Ruby said. You know that my manager actually had people researching that after someone came to our fight with a repeating wooden stake launcher, Pyrrha said. Oh man. That must have been hilarious, John said. It was actually quite the difficult fight. They spent a pretty lion on making that thing, Pyrrha said. Maybe they were researching an anti-vampire weapon, Nora said. Vampires aren't real, Nora John said. Really, now? I remember you were convinced otherwise the first time Teresa came back home late, Madonna said. Oh, come on, I was a little boy. What was I supposed to think when I see my older sister come back home with her neck, John said. John then realized who he was talking to. You can't, John said. I can't what, Janaku, Madonna asked. Janaku, Pyrrha said. Jan, who is this woman, Ren asked. I like it. Janaku. Blondie scaredy flaily all stuffed with fluff, Nora said. Well. Where's my hug, Madonna asked. No, Jan shouted as he ran away. You come back here right this moment, Jan, Madonna shouted. Madonna the chased after Jan. What exactly is happening here, Jack asked. I have no idea. But I didn't think Jan was that fast, David said. I didn't think she was that fast on her feet, Jack said. Leaving in the middle of the night. Without even a letter. Do you know how worried we all were, Madonna shouted. I'm sorry, Jan shouted. Sorry doesn't even begin to cut it, mister. You're in big trouble. And we haven't even touched about how you even got in here in the first place, Madonna said. How do you even? Wah, Jan said. Oh my gods, Jan, Pyrrha shouted. Damn, the precise. Wait, she's not wearing sandals, Young said. I think she brought one along on purpose just so she could nick him in the forehead. The mysterious assailant came prepared, Ren said. Hey, no one give Jan concussions except Magnild, Nora said. I hope you're prepared for the hell which is about to be visited upon you, Mr. Ark, Madonna said. Wah, Daddy, Jan whined. Hey. Hands and footwear off him, crazy lady. I don't know what your deal is or how you know these dark, deep embarrassing secrets, but I'm not letting you hurt Janaku any longer, Nora said, standing between Jan and Madonna. No, Nora, run. And please don't call me that, Jan said. I guess beating the tar out of you in front of her would be slightly emasculating, wouldn't it? But you're not off the hook yet, young man. We're going to march to your team's room and you're going to tell me everything that's been going on with you since you left home, Madonna said. Yes, Jan said. I'm coming too, Nora said. I figured as much. You're more than welcome, Miss Madonna said. I'm Nora, Nora said. Nora. I'm Madonna, Madonna said. So, that just happened. Anyone care to explain, Blake asked. We'll try, but we don't exactly know much more, David said. Hey, guys. So, what's the deal with Terra, Blonde Young said. We don't know. We met her a few days ago in Vale and she seemed nice, David said. She told us she came to Beacon to look for a student. I guess it was Jan, Jack said. I've never seen Jan so terrified. I mean, they seem to know each other, but... Will he be alright, Pyrrha asked. Well, let's go wait in front of the dorm, if you're so worried, Pyrrha, David said. I'll pass. Already got enough enjoyment out of this whole scenario, Weiss said. Weiss, Ruby said. Same. There's no telling how long it'll take, and I have to get to Vale, Blake said. Told you, you should have pre-ordered it, Young said. Shut up, Blake said. The rest of them then waited outside the dormitory. It's taking a while, Young said. Yeah, Ruby said. Nora is in there, so. But still, Pyrrha said. I know, right, Ruby said. Wanna bet on how many limbs he comes back with? Young asked. Young Ruby and Pyrrha said. I wonder what her relationship with Jaun is, David said. I may have an idea, Ren said. Sem like we're thinking the same thing, Ren Deku said. Well, do share, Jack said. Her choice of language, the way Jaun is terrified of her, Ren said. And her choice of weaponry. Methinks she may be, Deku said. They are coming out. They are coming out, Ruby said. Madonna, Jaun and Nora had now joined the others in the garden. Sorry for the wait. 7 months and counting are a lot to catch up on, Madonna said. Guys. You won't believe this, Nora said. We've reached an agreement and decided to delay his punishment until the end of the semester. It may be lessened by long calls to your sisters, particularly the younger twins, who thought it was their fault you left, Madonna said. I'm sorry, Jaun said. Now, are you going to properly introduce me to your friends, Jaun, Madonna asked. Oh, man. Guys, may I introduce you to Madonna? My mother, Jaun said. What, Young said. I know, right, Nora said. So we were right, Ren said. Now the ass kicking makes sense, Jack said. Jaun got his ass kicked by his mom. But damn, she's a babe, Young said. Jaun's mom. Jaun's mom. Jaun's mom, Pyrrha repeated. Right. She's so young and pretty, Ruby said. Jaun's mom. Jaun's mom. Jaun's mom, Pyrrha repeated again. You okay there, Pyrrha, Young asked. Jaun's mom, Pyrrha said. Pyrrha then quickly ran up to Madonna. Miss Ark, it's a great pleasure and incredible privilege to meet you. I'm Pyrrha, your son's partner, Pyrrha said. Pyrrha. Hey, that was my spot, Nora said. Yes, so I've heard. My son has told me about everything you've done for him. Seems like he lucked out, having such a pretty and dependable girl as his partner, Madonna said. Thanks, Pyrrha blushed. I must admit, I didn't think he would have it so good. So many friends, a great partner and such a nice girlfriend, Madonna said. Girlfriend, Pyrrha asked. Mom, come on, Jaun said. Jaun's got a girlfriend, now. Oh man, Young said. Did Weiss finally give in, Ruby asked. Not that I know. Her latest refusal was particularly creative, Ren said. Miss Ark, I'm sorry, but... What girlfriend, Pyrrha asked. You're cutting off her point of view right now, Nora said. Nora, Pyrrha yelled. Blake is gonna be so sorry she missed this. It's straight out of one of her books, Young laughed. I'm so confused, Ruby said. Mom, I told you. Nora is not my girlfriend, Jaun said. Oh, shush, of course she is, Madonna said. No, she's not, Pyrrha yelled. Well, she's the only one who tried to stop and confront me when I was chastising Jaun, Madonna said. Chastising, she says. Hey, Jack said. Who else could love him enough to get in the way of motherly retribution but his girlfriend, when not even his wonderful partner stepped in, Madonna said. Makes sense to me, Nora said. Pyrrha then began to laugh and then quickly ran away. What's with her, Jaun, Madonna asked. I have no idea. But I should go check on her, Jaun said. That's my boy. Remember to call your sisters, Madonna said. I will. See you later, Mom. Pyrrha, what's wrong? Wait, Jaun said, chasing after Pyrrha. Already running after other girls. This relationship needs some ground rules, Jaunapu, Nora said, then chasing after Jaun. I should follow them as well. I was great making your acquaintance, Miss Ark, Ren said. Yeah, let's go as well. Thanks for the laughs, Miss A Young said. Come visit us again. We want to hear a lot of stories about Jaun, Ruby said. That was different, David said. So Jaun ran away from home, Jack asked. In a way. The story is complicated, but I'd be happy to tell you another time. Now, I have a copy sign event in a couple hours in Vale, so I should go back. But I'd love to meet you again. Particularly you boys, Madonna said. Why us? Deku asked. A business proposal, my dears. I will call you during the week, Madonna said. But you don't have our numbers, David said. Don't I? Madonna asked. Madonna then left. That was cryptic, Jack said. To say the least, Deku said. Meanwhile, Evelyn and Penny were out on the balcony. So, wanna tell me what this is all about? Penny Evelyn asked. Nothing much. I just decided to take this opportunity, Penny said. Yeah, and I'd like you to clarify what you're going to turn this opportunity into. And why alone? Evelyn asked. We can't get you further into trouble, no. And there are things I have to verify before sharing them with you, Penny said. Why? Evelyn asked. Because they are tied to something about me. Something secret. I want to share it with you all. But first I have to verify that something, Penny said. Just so you know, at the first sign of trouble in the school we'll come running, Berlin said. I know. But if all goes well, I will be finished by the time you arrive, Penny said. Evelyn then hugged Penny. Evelyn, Penny said. I felt like hugging you all of a sudden. You silly ginger, Evelyn said. Okay, Penny blushed. It was now late in the evening and the sun was about to set. I'm going, Thiller said. Break a leg. You're going to be on your own, so try not to get captured alive, at least Howard said. Thiller then went to leave. Thiller, wait, Bella said. You should be in bed, Hoaz said. Zip it, asshole, Bella said. Zipping it, Howard said. Thiller. You shouldn't go. Not for me. What if it's a trap? Bella asked. It isn't, Thiller said. How can you be so sure? Bella asked. First of all, Beacon is Ozpin's domain. The rule about keeping the illusion of peace rings true for everyone who enters it. Second, Penny isn't that kind of person, Thiller said. You barely know her, Bella said. She gives me that feeling. And have my feelings ever betrayed me? Thiller asked. Please be careful, Bella said. I will, Thiller said. In Team Jade's dorm room. I'm going then, Penny said. Break a leg, Jack said. Or better yet, break her legs, Evelyn said. What she said. And Penny, David said. Yes, Penny asked. I don't feel comfortable in sending you out there to confront Thiller alone. But still, I want you to know that I believe in you. And that if you say that you're going to be fine, I believe that you're going to be, David said. Thanks, David, Penny said. Hey Penny, Deku said. Yes, Ijuku, Penny said. There's another message from your father, which he asked me to keep from you until the right time. And I think this may be it, Deku said. A message from father? Other than the sandwiches? Penny asked. Yes. I don't know what that means, but he says the limit is 3 minutes, Deku said. What does that even mean? Evelyn asked. I think I know. Yes, this was the right time. Thank you, Ijuku, Penny said. Penny then went to wait for Thiller at the Bullhead Landing. By the time Thiller arrived, it was now dark. Welcome back to Beacon, Thiller, Penny said. Thanks. Want to do this here? Thiller asked. No, let's move to the gardens. It's so pretty there, Penny said. Sure, Thiller said. Penny and Thiller then made their way to the gardens. You were right. It's pretty here, Thiller said. Yes. A lot of people come from Vale just to hang around this area. I think 65% are couples, Penny said. Do you come here with David and Ijuku a lot? Thiller asked. No, not really. I mean, you think I should? I haven't, Penny blushed. You're so obvious, Penny. Thiller laughed. Thanks. I think, Penny said. You shouldn't be this open in front to an enemy, Thiller said. I don't consider you an enemy, Thiller, Penny said. I'm here to take something precious from you, am I not? Thiller asked. So? You won't reconsider? Penny asked. I'm sorry, Penny. I can't, Thiller said. So? You want to get past me? Penny asked. Well, I'm curious about what else you wanted to talk about. And I'd like my diary back, Thiller said. Oh, of course. Here it is, Penny said. Thank you, Thiller said. You're welcome. So, I read it, and Penny said. And Thiller asked. When we read the last entry on it, a passage caught my attention. That passage treated Bella and her body like two different and spirit entities, whose coexistence is causing her harm. And as I read through the rest of the diary, that concept is expressed more than once, Penny said. You've already read all of it? Thiller asked. I'm a quick reader. Anyway, that made me think that maybe, theoretically, Bella's current body isn't her original one, Penny said. That's a pretty wild theory. No one has ever heard of such a thing in stories, Thiller said. Yes. But we know so little of the world, and scientists in Atlas are studying ways to transfer and exchange aura. Considering its close relationship with the soul, switching bodies can no longer be considered an impossibility, Penny said. All right. Let's say that's true. What of it? Thiller asked. If it's true, the question remains. Who did she switch bodies with? And why? As I thought about it, a number of details came to my mind. Like your closeness to Bella, Penny said. We may just be allies, Thiller said. Howard is your ally too, but he's not as close to Bella as you are. So what makes your relationship different? Two more details came to mind. First, your semblance. Your semblance has different conditions, but the effects are very similar to Jack's, while Bella's semblance is completely out there, Penny said. That doesn't really mean anything, though. Relatives aren't bound to have similar semblances, Thiller said. True. But I couldn't help but make the connection. And then there's another detail. This one given by you to Jack, during the apartment incident, Penny said. Oh. I honestly didn't remember doing that until now, Thiller said. Because it was instinctual. Unplanned. Calling Jack by her second name, a name that only those close to her could know. Sure, there was the possibility that you could have heard it from Bella, even that time at the exhibition match. But you addressed Jack by that name, with a familiarity that shook her, Penny said. Penny then recounted her conversation with Jack on this. I mean, considering how close she gravities around Bella, maybe she just heard it from her, Penny said. It's probably what happened, but the way she said it, Penny. She had no reason to call me by that name in that situation, and in that way. Just. What does it mean? Jack asked. I don't know. But I think we can find out, Penny said. So, I started thinking. What if the reason why you're so close to Bella is because of gratitude and guilt? What if something happened between you and Bella that advantaged you but left her in such a precarious state? Penny asked. What are you asking? Penny, Thiller asked. Are you Isabella Ivory? Penny asked. You know, you could have just asked that to begin with, Thiller said. I could have, Penny asked. But I guess you're more the logical type, aren't you? I bet you have been preparing this little back and forth for days, Thiller said. I didn't know if you would have told me, Penny said. So you wanted to make me psychologically crumble or something? I have been living with this knowledge for more than a decade now. Brining it out in the open doesn't really affect me, Thiller said. That's not what you said, Penny said. I must commend your ability to think outside the box. No one would ever consider such a thing because, as I said, it only ever happens in fairy tales. So stupid. Their very existence is threatened by things made of nightmares and they balk at the thought of truth in legends, Thiller said. Then it's true. You're Isabella, Penny said. Just call me Thiller. More often than not, Bella's body makes her call herself by my name, so it's only fair I renounce my claim to it. But it is as you say. The soul of Isabella Ivory resides in Thiller Svan's body, and vice versa, Thiller said. Only the soul, Penny asked. Only the soul. As I said, you were off with the semblances. My aura and with it, my semblance, stayed in my original body, and so did Thiller's, Thiller said. But that's. You underwent a process that switched your soul while leaving your aura. How is that possible, Penny asked. Soul and aura may be profoundly intertwined, but they are not the same thing. Risky as it may be, that connection can be severed, Thiller said. How, Penny asked. With magic. Why so surprised, Penny? Did you believe that David's existence could be explained with technology, Thiller asked. Maybe xenobiology, Penny said. No, it was magic. It was magic that helped me and damned Bella. And it is magic, the magic that made him, that will help her in the end. Free her, free us both, Thiller said. Thiller, please, Penny said. You know how blood transfusions work, Penny. You cannot get just anyone's blood, you need to be compatible. Souls work the same way, apparently, Thiller said. Thiller then attacked Penny. Thiller, I can help you. My father, Penny said. And just like certain blood types, there are bodies that can receive anyone's soul. Thiller's is such a body. Mine wasn't. So I could be saved, and for the boss's ambition. Her life was ruined. She can't even go out on a date with a boy she has a crush on. For that reason, it doesn't matter who I have to walk over, Penny. You, my sister, Howard, Wezer, the boss himself. I will crush anything and anyone in our way until we can fix this. Me and her together, Thiller said. You won't allow us to help, Penny asked. You can't help us, Penny. Our only chance is by using David, combine his semblance with hers, Thiller said. You could have just asked, Penny said. As of now, if we even look like we're trying to defy the boss, we're dead. I'm sorry, Penny, but you will have to move aside, Thiller said. I can't, Thiller, Penny said. I know you won't. But it would have made this so much easier, Thiller said. Thiller and Penny then began to fight. Penny was able to hold her own this time, being able to keep up with Thiller's increasing speed. Ah, Thiller said. Thiller. Please, stop, Penny said. Never, Thiller said. Thiller then delivered a flurry of quick hits to Penny. Penny was sent back and landed on the ground. This took more out of me than I thought, Thiller said. I was right. The longer you move. Without stopping, Penny said. The faster I become. Yes, that's my semblance. But I've never met someone as sturdy as you, Penny, Thiller said. Thanks. But please do not talk like this is over, Penny said. Penny. Please stay down, Thiller said. I can't, Thiller. And remember what I said. There's no way you're doing anything to my friends. While I'm here, Penny said. Penny, please. You barely have any aura left. I don't want to hurt you any further, Thiller said. I didn't want to. Either. But you're so strong. Too strong. I can't continue like this, Penny said. Penny. Whatever you want to do, you don't have the aura for it, Thiller said. Thiller. I have a question for you. What's the difference between a human brain and a digital brain, Penny asked. I don't know, Penny, Thiller said. Then. You lose, Penny said. Up in Ozpin's tower. Never, Ozpin. She never talked to anyone, let alone me, like that Ironwood said. I assume she's entering her rebellious phase, then Ozpin said. Yes. That's exactly the problem. A phase she was never supposed to enter, Ironwood said. All teens eventually do. Unless you had reasons to assume that wouldn't happen to Miss Polendina, Ozpin asked. Ironwood said. Ironwood's scroll then went off. The lab ship. Excuse me, Ozpin, Ironwood said. Ironwood then answered the call. What is it? Ironwood asked. General. It's an emergency. It's Penny, the caller said. Did something happen to her? Ironwood asked. Sir, no sir. It's sensor Philae. She activated it, they said. She what? Ironwood asked. There was then a large explosion coming from the gardens. James. I think it's high time you tell me who or what you brought to my school, Ozpin said. Penny, Ironwood said. The rest of Team Jade were out on the balcony and heard the explosion from the gardens. The gardens. What's happening? Jack asked. We have to go, Deku said. Oh gods, Penny. Didn't you say you just want to talk? Evelyn asked. The whole of the gardens were now on fire. This can't, Thilla said. Her aura came back. Stronger than before. And it's still rising. And her movements, Thilla thought. Penny. What are you? Thilla asked. Penny had all her swords drawn and she had a black mask covering the right side of her face. Penny had all her swords drawn and she had a black mask covering the right side of her face. Target reacquired. Prime directive. Defeat Thilla, Sven, Penny robotically said. Thilla said. The flames are definitely noticeable from the school. And this is not something Ozpin can ignore. She thought of everything Thilla thought. Query, Penny said. Why? Are you not pressing you attack? Thilla asked. A number of signatures are converging on our location. Secondary directive is secrecy of units make. Target is being offered chance for surrender, Penny said. What? Thilla asked. Surrendering. You mean she even thought about letting me go? Penny. You, Thilla thought. I surrender, Thilla said. Statement judged truthful. Primary directive satisfied. Shutting down sensor Philae.exe. Have a nice day, Penny said. The black mask then retracted, and Penny returned to normal. Thilla. Thanks goodness, I set my parameters properly, Penny said. You're not a normal human either, are you? Penny, Thilla asked. No. Not exactly. Anyway, you have to run. More people are coming, Penny said. Thank you, Penny, Thilla said. Thilla then began to leave. The lighter, Thilla said. Excuse me, Penny asked. If you really want to help us. My After's lighter is the key, Thilla said. Thilla then left the beacon grounds. Thank you, Thilla, Penny said. Penny. What? What have you done? Ironwood asked. Oh, good evening, General Ironwood. Headmaster, Penny said. Good evening. What happened here? Why did you activate? Ironwood said. Oh, it was a simple test run, Penny said. A test run? Ironwood asked. I had never used it before, so I thought about testing its efficiency in an environment devoid of life, Penny said. And you couldn't do it in the arena or a classroom? Ironwood asked. Well, I thought shrubbery and trees would be cheaper to replace than masonry, Penny said. While I am obliged to agree with you on that matter, you are still in trouble, Miss Polendina, Ozpin said. Sounds fair. Sorry, Headmaster, Penny said. The rest of Team Jade had seen the exchange from just outside the gardens. Sorry, Headmaster, she says. What even happened? David asked. She'll probably tell us later. For now let's just be glad she's alright, Jack said. And did you see the asshole's face? Penny Evelyn said. Sorry headmaster. She says so casually as the entirety of the gardens burns down around them, Deku said. Sunday. Day 70. Thiller had now made it back to their safe house. Well, you came all the way back from the school on foot, Howard asked. It's not impossible, Thiller said. You're completely worn out, aren't you, Howard asked. I couldn't do it, Thiller said. As I thought you wouldn't. And I don't say this to take the piss out of you. That team is messed up. Lone wolfing this won't cut it, as I've told Weza, Howard said. I agree. After fighting Penny and seeing Izuku and Jack in action. He's probably the only one who could take them all alone, Thiller said. But he already said he won't get directly involved yet. I'm at a loss for words. What are he and the boss up to, Howard asked. The boss sees time differently than us, but this laxness doesn't make sense to me either, Thiller said. Still, they haven't prohibited us from acting on our own. Altogether, Howard said. It sounds like our best option. But it will have to wait until Bella's reset, Thiller said. Obviously. We need her firepower to be focused, Howard said. I'm going to bed, Thiller said. Sleep tight, Howard said. Thiller then entered her room. I don't see any blondes, Bella said. Were you waiting for me, Thiller asked. Don't flatter yourself. I just woke up. But I didn't think you'd be this calm, Bella said. Let's just say that something good happened, Thiller said. I see. Well, welcome back. Also, I feel like the moment of clarity is going to run out soon, so apologies in advance for any insults and abuse, Bella said. I figured as much, Thiller said. Young was currently waiting for Ruby to return from Team Jaddy's room. Ruby then entered their dorm room. So Young asked. They won't let me see her. They placed 2 of those bucket heads from Atlas in front of the door, Ruby said. Damn. So it really was Penny who made that mess in the gardens, Young said. Not really anyone else it could have been, considering the green laser shooting up into the sky. I hope she's alright. They wouldn't even let me see David, Jack, Izuku or Evelyn, Ruby said. The entire team is under house arrest. Did they tell you why, Young asked. No, I mean, I knew they had been punished, but... Oh, I'm worried, Ruby said. Ozpin, Ironwood and Glinda were gathered in Ozpin's office. So what do you think really happened? James Ozpin asked. My best guess would be she didn't want to be the only one on her team without a disciplinary sanction, Ironwood said. So she purposely did something destructive. That preposterous, Glinda said. I would agree. But Miss Polendina doesn't seem prone to random acts of vandalism, Ozpin said. Still, I can't believe that would be her reason. This doesn't help any, Glinda said. Oh, on the contrary, esteemed colleague. And old geezers of the audience, Peach said. I mean, Professor Peach. What are you doing here, Glinda asked. Oh, when I heard of the plight of my cute students, I couldn't help myself, Peach said. But Penny's infraction hasn't been made public yet, Ironwood said. Oh, details. Anyway, I'd like to make a suggestion regarding their punishment, Peach said. A suggestion, Ozpin asked. Indeed. Limiting their social interactions certainly won't help their rehabilitation, it will just make them more resentful, Peach said. Unfortunately, they still have broken the rules, Ozpin said. Which is why I would transform their sentence, Peach said. Transform their sentence, Ozpin asked. She's referring to a clause in the school's rules, Glinda said. What kind of clause, Ironwood asked. Behind sponsorship of a teacher. Any kind of disciplinary sanction applied to a team can be transformed into an extended period of extracurricular activities under the teacher's supervision, Glinda said. Isn't that a wonderful thing? We can take this tragic happenstance and turn it into a chance of growth. Their punishment time would be better spent serving science, Don't you agree? Peach asked. Absolutely not, Ozpin said. I figured you would be against it, old man. But this isn't your call to make, Peach said. I'm the headmaster, Ozpin said. But you're not the person in charge of discipline here at Beacon. By your own decree, headmaster, those powers are fully in the hands of Glinda, at the moment. Thus, I put this decision in her wise hands, Peach said. And just what kind of extracurricular activities would you have them do, Professor Prack? Glinda asked. Glinda, you cannot be serious, Ironwood said. Considering the expertise of 2 of the team's members, I was thinking about some field activities. Exploration and research, Peach said. I will have you report to make after each one. And you will run any chosen location by me first, Glinda said. Wouldn't have it any other way, Peach said. Some details definitely need filling, but I don't see any reason to deny your request, at the moment, Glinda said. Glinda, Ozpin said. Much obliged, Miss Goodwitch. I will go share the good news with my cute students, then, Peach said. As you were, Glinda said. And speaking of cute students, we're gonna have a long talk about a certain green bean. See you soon, Peach said. Peach then left Ozpin's office. Glinda. What? Ozpin said. How does it feel, Ozpin? Glinda asked. How does what feel, Miss Goodwitch? Ozpin asked. To have the rug pulled from under your damn feet. You have taken upon your shoulders more responsibilities than anyone on Remnant, Ozpin. I know that. I understand your choices and I will always back you on your mission. But I will no longer abide any illicit treatment of my students. I won't betray their trust any longer, Ozpin. Glinda said. But you can betray mine, Ozpin asked. Is it trust I'm betraying, Ozpin? Or just your expectations? Glinda asked. All of the members of Team JPDE were confided to their room. She's still in the bathroom? Evelyn asked. Yeah, Deku said. After Penny was brought back to their room, Penny said she would tell them everything after she had time to mentally prepare herself. She entered the bathroom and stayed there. The others had fallen asleep, woken up, and had made breakfast, and Penny still hasn't exited the bathroom. Penny, you feeling sick or something? Evelyn asked. I'm physically fine. Just give me a few more minutes, Penny said. Penny, you've been in there an entire night, Deku said. I know. I'm sorry, but Penny said. All right. That's quite enough. Penny. Unless you're about to go to war, that's quite enough mental preparation. What you're doing is stalling for time out of fear, Jack said. Maybe, Penny said. Breakfast's ready and I don't want it getting cold. So I'm giving you 5 minutes. At the end of it, you either are going to tell us or you're not. But you've got to decide, Jack said. Penny then exited the bathroom. I'm sorry for making you wait. It's just. I don't even know how to say this, where to start, Penny said. Is it really that bad? Evelyn asked. No. It's not. Right, David, Penny said. I don't understand, David said. I know. Well, I guess I can just show you, then Penny said. Penny then removed her collar to show the others her scar. But what they saw was not a scar, it was fair to straight and clean to be one. Penny. Your neck, Evelyn said. What? It's like a knife cut, but. It's too perfect, Jack said. Arasim, Deku said. Yes. I'm not human, Penny said. You're not human, David asked. And the I call father. The more accurate word would be creator, Penny said. Penny, you, Jack said. I'm a robot. A gynoid, to be precise, the first of my kind. Enrico Polendina's masterpiece, created with the sponsorship of the Atlas military. I'm an artificial being, created for combat. And to save the world, Penny said. So that's why you're so heavy, David said. Evelyn then hit David. "Ow." "Well, not really," David said. "Lover. You do not just talk about a girl's weight in such terms," Evelyn said. "Eh? But isn't that old-fashioned?" David asked. "Nah, it's just courtesy. No one wants to hear someone tell them they are heavy," Jack said. "She's lighter than my master. He weighed in at 254 kilograms," Deku said. "Damn, that's heavy," David said. "And I could carry him on my back without my semblance or aura." "So, Penny, to me, you are not heavy," Deku said. "I knew it. I guess you couldn't stub your toe again," Penny said. "Would have been too much of a deja vu. But I don't think a distraction was really needed, this time," David said. I'll give you props for breaking through the tension quickly, though," Evelyn said. "Tension? Honestly, Penny, how else could we have reacted? If we accepted our meteor toddler, here," Jack said. "Okay, I will have to ask you to not refer to me by that ever again, partner," David said. I know. Still, I have never revealed this to anyone on purpose before," Penny said. "On purpose?" Jack asked. "Ruby found out because of the car accident. I couldn't come back to you immediately because the skin on my hands had gotten damaged," Penny said. "Exposing your high-tech metallic insides," Evelyn said. "That's also why I've refused to enter intimate activities so far. I'm not properly equipped for that yet," Penny said. Penny, what do you mean by yet?" Jack asked. "Well, Father is coming to visit me next week and the Atlas military has a state-of-the-art laboratory ship," Penny said. I guess. You can't really ask anyone else," Deku said. "But try and break the news to him gently," David said. "Of course. Anyway, moving on. Jack. Bella is Thiller and Thiller is Bella," Penny said. What?" Jack asked. "They exchanged bodies with magic," Penny said. "Penny, maybe start at the beginning," Jack asked. Penny then explained everything she had learned from Thiller. "My little sister is now older than me?" Jack asked. "Well, technically, only her body is," Penny said. "I'm shocked but a little relieved. My sighter is fine. And she's alive," Jack said. "She doesn't seem to be in an easy situation, though," Evelyn said. "No. But as long as she's alive, there's a chance for me to help her. Although I have no idea where to start from in regards to magic. And I honestly don't know who could help us with that," Jack said. "Did she say anything else?" Deku asked. "Two things. First, she told me that David's very existence is related to magic as well. And lastly, that if we want to help them, the key is your father's lighter," Jack said. Penny said. "Dad's lighter?" Jack asked. "But Bella has it. Maybe she meant we should research it," Evelyn said. "Jack, what do you know about that lighter?" David asked. "Very little. As far as I know, it's a normal lighter. I remember him telling us that it was a memento of his own father, my grandpa, who had brought it in a shop while visiting Vale City," Jack said. "Knowing that it's native to Vale is a start." "What else?" Penny asked. "It had a weird symbol on it, but I can't for the life of me remember what it looks like," Jack said. "Didn't you say something about it being made of a particular material?" David asked. "Oh. You're right, it's made of I think it was pyrosimian," Jack said. "I think the material you're talking about ID Pyro-Obsidian," Peach said. "Professor Peach. Why are you here?" Deku asked. "Because the front door was open, once I got past the guards. And good news, everyone, your grounding has been suspended. In exchange for a series of extracurricular activities under my guidance and supervision. Best prepare yourselves," Peach said. "For real? That's awesome. How did you convince Ozpin?" Evelyn asked. "Ozpin wasn't in the equation. The person in charge of students at the school is Glinda. So be sure to thank her next time you see her. Hers has ever been a thankless job, Peach said. We will. Thanks, Professor Peach, David said. I'll think about it, Deku said. Good enough for me. Anyway, what's this I heard about a lighter, Peach asked. I vote yes. Miss Peach has been nothing but helpful so far to us, Jack said. Same. We can't progress otherwise, either, David said. I concur. But maybe not that last thing we talked about, Penny said. Deal. So, from the beginning, it goes like this, Evelyn said. Professor Peach was brought up to speed about what's been happening to them. People born of meters. Voices in your head. And magic, Peach said. Sounds crazy, right? David asked. Crazy. Absurd. Completely new ground. We're tailing about things that would get you laughed out of scientific debates just for enunciating. And yet here you stand before me. The secrets that await. This is what a scientist lives for, Peach said. So, Miss Peach. What were you saying about pyro-obsidian, Jack asked. Who cares about? Oh, right. The lighter. Pyro-obsidian is a material that is found in areas with rich veins of fire dust. It's highly durable and impervious to high temperatures, but because of that, molding it into a desired shape is extremely hard and time-consuming. I can only imagine the difficulty of fashioning it into a lighter, Peach said. If it's that difficult to fashion, then we can probably find out where it was made easily, Deku said. Oh, no need to find out. I already know, Peach said. You do, the team asked. We know that it was made in Vale and that it was made when your grandpa was alive. At the time, when the Shnees hadn't yet changed the face of commerce of Remnant. There was only one place in the entire kingdom where pyro-obsidian could be harvested and with the equipment needed to work it, Peach said. Where? Where's that place, David asked. I'll tell you once I've arranged our trip, Peach said. Trip? Is it far, Jack asked. Somewhat. But nothing a trip by Bullhead won't solve. Seems like our first activity will be a field trip. Now I must go, students, I have to go have that talk with Glinda, Peach said. Thanks, Miss Peach, and tell her I'll at least tolerate being in the same room as her, Deku said. I hope you can repair your relationship, Peach said. Only time will tell, Deku said. Peach then left Team JPDE's dorm room. Monday. Day 71. So, I'm going, David said. Okay. Have fun, Evelyn said. Sure, David said. David then left the room. He was going on that date with Gwen. They are meeting at the markets, Deku said. Excuse me, Evelyn said. Bun, we both know why you're on your feet still, despite it being a Monday evening. At least try and be discreet about it, Deku said. Gwen and Octavia were in the Vale Market, waiting for David to arrive. You sure you can't stay? Gwen asked. Gwen. I'll be looking out for you, but this is your date. Your time in the spotlight. I can only support you from afar, now, Octavia said. I'm afraid I'll screw up, Gwen said. It's perfectly normal. But there's nothing you can do other than your best. Oh, I see your Prince Charming coming this way. That's my cue to leave, Octavia said. Wait. At least, Gwen said. Ta-ta. Be good now, Octavia said. Octavia then left Gwen alone. Hi, Gwen. Good afternoon, David said. Hi, David, Gwen said. Oh, well. You're absolutely terrified. Am I that scary? David asked. What? No. I mean, yes. I mean, I'm terrified but not of you, Gwen said. What of, then? David asked. Screwing up. Doing something to embarrass the both of us, Gwen said. I figured. Then, what about we start by doing something easy? You can walk, right? David asked. Walk? Gwen asked. Yeah. We can take a walk around Vale and you can tell me a bit about yourself. You can do that, can't you? David asked. Yes. I can do that, Gwen said. Not that far away, Evelyn and Deku were watching them. Will to look at this. She's adorable. Kill me now, Evelyn said. And he feels like a great guy. My oh my, for a choice made on a whim, I seem to have struck true, Octavia said. Hello, Octavia. What are you doing here? Deku asked. Keeping an eye on my teammate. And you're keeping an eye on your boyfriend, Evelyn, I assume? Octavia asked. You could tell? Evelyn asked. Of course. The body language you displayed last time was quite different from the one you had when we first met. Even if it was just a lack of restraint. And I could just tell you were using Ijuku to get out of that situation, Octavia said. I wasn't being, Deku said. If you could tell, why? How dare, Evelyn said. Ara. Now, that's not the right question, Miss Girlfriend. I'm just looking out for my teammate. The real question is why you didn't just tell Gwen he already has a girlfriend, Octavia said. Evelyn's face fell. I feel like you're using this date as a test, of sorts, Octavia asked. Shut up, Evelyn said. Gwen had become more comfortable as her date with David went on. Oh my, she's relaxing and enjoying herself. This is going wonderfully, Octavia said. Why? Are you still here? Evelyn asked. This is nothing short of a miracle, believe me. The only way Gwen has ever been able to relate to men in a normal way is when she's turning them into pincushions, Octavia said. Pin? You call that normal? Evelyn asked. It is quite the norm, for spectacle fighters. Anyway, they seem to be hitting it off splendidly, don't they? Octavia said. Pa. Big deal, we have a great relationship too, Evelyn said. Oh, I don't doubt that for a second. I'm just wondering how much of it is because of your love relationship and how much is instead because of your previously established friendship. Gwen instead seems to be getting along swimmingly despite not knowing each other at all, Octavia said. That doesn't mean anything, Evelyn said. David and Gwen were now laughing together. Okay, no. No. That laugh. This is so unfair. That's a kind of smile on her face I haven't seen myself. How does he do it? I'm so jealous, right now, Octavia said. You are one twisted individual, Evelyn said. Should I take this as a compliment, miss pushing my boyfriend in someone else's arms to prove I didn't trick him into a relationship? Octavia asked. You're in. Are you getting some kind of enjoyment out of this? Evelyn asked. Hardly. All I care about is Gwen's happiness. But I guess I couldn't ignore the self-loathing, Octavia said. I don't need to prove anything. I know Evelyn said. Ara. And yet you can't even say it out loud, Octavia said. Shut up. You are a boob monster. You and your stupid, adorable teammate, Evelyn said. Let's make one thing unmistakably clear here, Miss Damerot, Octavia said. Octavia then got up close with Evelyn. Fast, Evelyn thought. If I wanted, I could have just broken the two of you up. I still can. Whenever I want. Only reason I haven't is because this isn't about Gwen getting a boyfriend. I want her to grow up as a person. I want her to be able to stand on her 2 feet, to be able to do this again and again, without the need for my help, Octavia said. So David is. What, just a stopgap for you? A stepping stone, Evelyn asked. That's not for me to decide. Nor up to you, since you're too insecure about your relationship to even say the L word. It's only up to them, and there's nothing you can do about it, Octavia said. Seems like they already decided, Deku said. Pardon, Octavia and Evelyn said. Two of them. And a boyfriend, Gwen asked. Yeah. I still can't believe it myself, David said. Without being on an actual date before then, Gwen asked. Yeah, I know, it was mostly due to a mistake made by Evelyn, David said. Gwen said. Evelyn was aiming for Izuku, but due to a case of intoxication she ended up with me. And then Penny suggested we all date each other to keep everyone happy. And well, we had no real reason to refuse at least trying it, David said. Still. If you've never been a date before, how do you? That's my question, Gwen said. Yeah. I don't really know myself, Gwen. We're taking it one step at a time. All I know is that Penny, Evelyn and Izuku, they're really, really important to me and... well, the relationship just feels right, you know. No one had to say or do things any different from before, there's just... more. And I want to continue being that way, David said. I see. Thanks for sharing, David, Gwen said. I don't understand. What happened here, Octavia asked. Seems like Gwen, too, wants to become a better person. And since she didn't feel comfortable at all treating this as a romantic date, she decided to use it to get information from the other, obscure side that are boys. I keep my stud, he keeps his beauties, Gwen just an insider, everyone wins, but you lose, Evelyn said. Interesting, Octavia said. Evelyn said. Evelyn and Octavia stood close to each other, boobs pressing against each other, looking like they were about to fight. Well. Hello there, Evelyn said. Very, very interesting, you, David, Izuku, this Penny I still haven't met, very interesting indeed, Octavia said. Sorry, but I don't think we're quite ready to extend that relationship yet. Also, wouldn't Gwen have precedence? She's kinda starting to grow on me, Evelyn said. Is she now? Yes, definitely interesting. I thought there would be nothing but boring people in a hunter's academy, but you have piqued my interest, Octavia said. I see. And is that a good or bad thing, Evelyn asked. Yes, Octavia said. There was a small moment of silence between them. That's not an answer, Evelyn said. Oh, it is, Octavia said. Deku then slapped Evelyn on her butt, breaking the tension between Evelyn and Octavia. Well, it seems that everything is sorted. Now I do believe you own a key to a VIP room in a club that's perfect for some fun, Deku said. How can I say no to that, Evelyn said. Evelyn then latched onto Deku's arm, and they began to walk to Junior's club. Octavia, Deku said. Yes, Octavia said. Tell Gwen that she shouldn't have one source of information, Deku said. I'll let her know you're interested, Octavia said. Thanks, Deku said. Hey, don't talk about another girl when you're going to be blowing out my back soon, unless it's Penny, Evelyn said. Deku and Evelyn then went to Junior's, leaving Octavia alone. Gwen then met up with her and they went back to Beacon. Tuesday. Day 72. Deku, Penny and Evelyn were in the mess hall eating lunch. David and Jack were held up by something. Deku's scroll then went off. How do people keep getting my number? Is there seriously no security on Vale's network, Deku asked. Deku then answered his scroll. Hello. Who is this, Deku asked. Good morning, Izuku. You should be eating lunch by now, right, Madonna asked. Mrs. Ark, Deku said. That's John's mother, right, Penny asked. Told you I had your scroll number. And please, call me Madonna, Madonna said. I see. But how did you get it, Deku asked. I have a fan who has a friend. Also, Vale's scroll and computer network is apparently pathetically easy to hack into, Madonna said. Of course, it is, Deku said. Anyway. I wanted to talk to you about that business proposal. From up close, of course, Madonna said. A business proposal. So you want to meet with me and David, Deku asked. Exactly. I have already spoken with David and he has agreed to meet me at that quaint cafe near Vales Market around 5 p.m. Does that work for you, Madonna asked. That's good for me, Deku said. Wonderful. We will be making art, my dear, Madonna said. That was something, Deku said. What did she say, Penny asked. She wants to see me and David about a business proposal. I see, Penny said. I'm coming too, Evelyn said. Okay. But why, Deku asked. To protect David, of course, Evelyn said. Do you not trust me to keep David safe, Deku asked. I do. But it's best to have more protection than less protection. In more that on way, Evelyn said. Point taken. And she did seem quite interested in meeting you, Deku said. Then we all win. Now you free for the evening, Evelyn asked. I was planning to exercise, but I can change my training routine, Deku said. Enjoy your evening of horny intercourse. Make sure to use protection, Penny said. You better stop talking like that or the millisecond you've been upgraded, I'll get Aiju to pound you into pieces, Evelyn said. I wouldn't mind that, Penny said. You naughty ginger. Now come on, Aiju. You've got a bunny to breed, Evelyn said. Can I finish eating, Deku asked. I got something for you to eat. My pussy, Evelyn said. Deku spat out his drink, getting Evelyn all wet. Oh my Aijuku. Aren't you supposed to do that in bed, Penny asked. Not you too, Penny, Deku said. I can't wait until you are ready, Evelyn said. I am now finished eating all of a sudden, Deku said. Good choice, Evelyn said. Deku was currently in the laundry area of the school gym. He saw a girl with brown hair wearing a black hoodie, with the zip being below her boobs showing her cleavage, and blue jean shorts. Hey boy toy, what brings you here, the girl asked. Oh, it's you, Coco. Sorry, but seeing you go from your combat outfit to this, it's pretty jarring, Deku said. A girl is more than just her accessories. You should know something about that boy toy, Coco said. Heh, I guess so. So, why are you dressed like that, Deku asked. Kinda don't really have a choice. You forget about doing laundry because you're sulking over a loss. Unless you'd like to see me naked, Coco said. That's a trick question, isn't it, Deku said. Maybe. Still, I look good in this, don't I, Coco asked. So, why are you still sulking from your loss? I mean, we had that competition, Deku said. That was all well and good, but it wasn't really a rematch, you know. Maybe fight against Penny this time. Anyways, enough about that and answer my question. I do look good in this, don't I, Coco said. Yeah. Sometimes having less is more, Deku said. Guess I should wear this more often then. Since you like it so much. And girls need to change outfit every once in a while, anyway. I mean, hunter clothes are fine and all, but variety is the spice of life, Coco said. If you say so, Deku said. I do. Like, don't you think your partner, Jack, would look good in this kind of outfit, Coco asked. Ha, Deku said. Coco then showed Deku a picture of a maid outfit. Good luck trying to make her wear that, and she'll still kick ass in it, Deku said. Well, some hunters would dress in maid outfits to fit in and not be suspicious, Coco said. Still, I bet she would rather go out in her underwear than wear that, Deku said. Anyway, my laundry's done. If you ever want to discuss outfits, you may have seen or brought, drop me a call anytime, Coco said. Oh. Ha, sure. Let's exchange numbers, then, Deku said. Deku then returned to his dorm room. Having that talk with Coco made Deku notice that Penny had not been so excited in their victory during the exhibition match. Penny. Can I talk to you for a moment, Deku asked. You seem pensive. What's on your mind? Penny asked. Something on your mind, truth tell. Remember our 3-on-3 battle? Deku asked. Affirmative. It was a most glorious victory, Penny said. I think David would say otherwise. Anyway, I couldn't help but notice you were also somewhat disappointed afterwards, Deku asked. Well, I guess I couldn't mask my bereftness at a lack of challenge, Penny said. A lack of challenge? Deku asked. Fighting, like many others, is a skill that can be polished and refined. Practitioners are pushed to find more challenging endeavors in continuous self-betterment. As Professor Peach declared in her commentary, all members of Team CFVY are some of the most skilled second-year students of Beacon. Despite that, I found their show of battle prowess severely lacking, Penny said. Yeah. Coco really underestimated David, Deku said. And, well, Velvet didn't think our match important enough to fight seriously, despite being on the losing side. She deemed it wasteful, Penny said. Seems like Yatsuhashi was the only one taking the battle seriously, Deku said. It appears so. I wish I could have fought Coco instead, Penny said. This gave Deku an idea. He would need to take with a certain fashion guru. Wednesday. Day 73. Ready? Deku asked. Yep, David said. I'm here, am I not? Evelyn said. The three of them then made their way into Vale. Hey. I think this is the first time we've been on a threesome date, Evelyn said. Don't say it like that. But it has been a while since we've been on a date at all, David said. But this isn't really much of a date, is it? Deku asked. What? You want to go back to Beacon immediately after? Evelyn asked. True enough, Deku said. Then let's finish with Madonna as soon as possible and then we can go somewhere else, David said. Huh. I just realized. There's 2 cafes near the market. Now, which one did Madonna mean? Deku asked. Good question. Well, let's check and ask if she's here. Elimination process, Evelyn said. Yeah, we still got a few minutes, anyway, David said. They then began to walk towards the first cafe. You're about to trespass. Step away, children, a voice said. Standing in front of them, blocking their path into the cafe, was a woman who looked like an older Weiss. Hey, what do you mean trespassing? This is a public place, isn't it? Evelyn asked. No. This is a private establishment, and it is currently fully booked for the rest of the day, the woman said. Fully booked for the rest of the day? Deku asked. Deku gave a glance in the direction of the cafe. But the woman stepped right in front of him. He could only confirm that there was only one person sitting at one table. And who exactly needs all of this space for himself for all this time? Deku asked. That is not for you to know, children, the woman said. For the love of. Why does everyone keep calling us that? We're 17 and 16. And my boobs are as big as yours, Evelyn said. What does that have to do with anything? The woman asked. I know, right? It makes as little sense as you occupying an entire cafe for the whole day, Evelyn said. That's quite enough. If you won't leave, I will remove, the woman said. And that is exactly why I told you it was a bad idea, Winter. All it took was one person not intimidated by your ice queen shtick, the man at the table said. Sir, I assure you everything is under control, Winter said. Not from where I'm sighting. Let the children come to me now that you've stirred their curiosity, the man said. Sir, I object, Winter said. And I objected to you emptying out an entire establishment just to get me a cup of tea. We're both getting disappointed today, the man said. Stay. Stay behind me at all times, Winter said. Sure, Deku said. I like this guy already, Evelyn said. Winter then took the three of them over to the man. Oh. Well, this is a surprise, the man said. The man was in an Atlas uniform, as shown by the symbol on his clothes. He had broad shoulders and an impressive physique despite his age. What's a surprise, Sir Deku asked. Well, I could tell you but that'd be boring in the long run, the man said. The long run, Evelyn asked. The long run. So I guess I'm not introducing myself to you yet. But I would have your names, to confirm my theory, the man said. I'm David Dik Begis, David said. Evelyn Damarot, Evelyn said. Ijuku Midori, Deku said. I see. I will see you later then, the man said. Later. But later when, David asked. All right, that's enough. Time for you to go, Winter said. Winter then escorted them out of the cafe. Did that seriously just happen, David asked. Even I am weird out. What was his deal, Evelyn asked. I'm sure we'll find out soon, Deku said. You know something, don't you, David asked. I don't know anything. I just have made an educated guess. But why spoil it, Deku asked. Enough about him. Let's just go meet Madonna, Evelyn said. Yeah. We've just wasted enough time, David said. The three then went to the other cafe near the market. You knew those children, Sir Winter asked. I think they're a bit too grown up to be called children. Those teens are three of my daughter's teammates. Penny's descriptions were quite accurate. Although. The man said. What? What is it, Sir Winter asked. The Faunus and the curly-haired boy, Evelyn and Ijuku. There's something about them that Penny overlooked. And it's even more concerning for the boy, the man said. The three then arrived at the second cafe and met Madonna. Hello, David. Ijuku. Evelyn, Madonna said. Hi, Madonna, David said. Hello again, Deku said. Hey, Mrs. Ark. You'll never believe the crazy encounter we've just had, Evelyn said. Crazier than our first meeting. But please, let's take a seat and tell Make about it, Madonna said. They then sat down and told Madonna about what happened. My, what a peculiar individual, Madonna said. I know, right, David said. Oh, enough about that ginger guy. Let's talk business. What do you want from me, man? Evelyn asked. Well, as you boys may remember from our last meeting, I'm a writer. I've just finished working on a very long series and my next project is going to be an anthology of short stories, Madonna said. Oh. Interesting. But I don't see how we could help with that, Deku asked. Nothing complicated. I'd just like to use your lives as inspiration, Madonna said. Excuse me, David said. My first series has been pretty much versed in fantasy, so for this anthology I'd like the characters and situations to hit closer to home, so to speak. And, my dears, I don't know what it is about you two, but the stories you told me about yourself have stirred my creative juices something fierce, Madonna said. I'm glad, Deku said. Wait, what exactly did you tell her? Evelyn asked. No details. Just the general idea, Deku said. That's more than enough for me. Look, Madonna said. Madonna presented a huge stack of papers. I wrote all of this yesterday. Your story about your relationship with Ichita inspired me so much that I couldn't put my pen down. I made 4 different versions, Madonna said. That's. You mean those are about me? And Evelyn asked. The characters are inspired by the 3 of you, yes, Madonna said. Can I read? Evelyn asked. Sure, Madonna said. Evelyn. Anyway. So what you'd like us to do is just tell you about our lives, David asked. And the people in it. I will of course reward you too handsomely, Madonna said. What kind of rewards? Deku asked. Money, to begin with. I am a affirmed author, after all. Also, I have a few connections that could make your lives as hunters quite easier, Madonna said. I see, Deku said. Deku considered the offer for a while. Deku then looked over to David and nodded. All right, you've got a deal, David said. Wonderful. We're going to make the greatest anthology of all time, Madonna said. Ijuku. David. We've got to try this, Evelyn said. Try what? Deku asked. Deku then read what Evelyn was reading. Oh. Deku said. Let's just say that I have a lot of experience writing these kind of scenes, Madonna said. I see, David said. And this, Evelyn said. Evelyn. Me and David agreed to wait until Penny was ready for that, Deku said. Moo. Then I guess there's no chance of this happening, Evelyn said. Not at the moment. I mean, you and Penny haven't, David said. Fair point. But as soon as we get back, both of you are doing the first thing with me, Evelyn said. That's fine, Deku said. Now, to give you some more inspiration, I'll tell you about the 24 hours that followed after me and Aiju had sex in the shower, Evelyn said. Evelyn, Deku shouted. I'm already interested, Madonna said. Evelyn then told Madonna about their arrangement and what followed. Deku had gone to the gym to talk with Coco. Velvet. What about my bub bun? Coco asked. It's about. Well, I've noticed that she didn't use her weapon at all during our match and I was wondering what was up with that, Deku said. Oh, that. Yeah. Par for the course, really, Coco said. You mean this isn't the first time this has happened? Deku asked. Not at all. Velvet has a one-track mind, really, always worrying about wasting her weapon on something. Have you ever played a role-playing game? Coco asked. No, but I understand what you mean. She doesn't want to waste her weapon in case she needs it for a bigger threat. But this just leads to her not using it at all. So her weapon has a charge of some kind, Deku said. It's not exactly a charge. She has multiple charges, but each of those charges is unique and can't be replaced as easily as loading some new bullets in a gun, Coco said. I see. I guess she has a good reason not to waste them, but she's too worried about wasting them, Deku said. Exactly, while it can't be replaced easily, they're not that hard to be replaced. And it makes no sense for Velvet to not her weapon she needs to because she thinks she may need it more in the future. Keeping your best options for when a more difficult time may present itself is good, but restraining yourself too much may make an otherwise easier task a pain in the ass, Coco said. So, you need balance, I guess, Deku said. You're starting to get it. Indeed, it's not something that can be micromanaged by a leader on the field, especially since all of her charges are unique, Coco said. But Velvet has a tendency to be conservative, Deku said. Too conservative. I never, ever managed to get it through her skull. She won't use her weapon at all unless I command her to, Coco said. Hey, Coco. What about a rematch? Deku asked. What do you mean, a rematch? Coco asked. As I said. A rematch. Only this time you fight Penny and Velvet fights David. This will make you and Penny stop mulling over the fight, Deku said. Penny's upset about how the fight went, Coco asked. Yeah, she found fight Velvet a waste of her time, like how Velvet thought it a waste to use her weapon on her. So fighting you should make things better, Deku said. You know what, sure. Fighting Penny sounds fun, Coco said. Guess we should ask the others if they're up for it, Deku said. Are you sure you'll be able to convince David to fight? I know he doesn't like to fight, Coco said. Don't worry. I'm sure I can get him to fight, Deku said. The two then called their respective teammates about having a rematch. Okay. Penny and David are up for it, Deku said. So is Yatsuhashi. I haven't been able to talk to Velvet. She must have her scroll off, Coco said. You could always ask her later, Deku said. True, but I know where she is, Coco said. Really? Where is she then? Deku asked. She's actually in your room, She said she was going to see Evelyn for something, I don't know what for though, Coco said. Well then I guess we should go there and ask her, Deku said. Lead the way, Coco said. Deku and Coco then went to Team JPDE's dorm room. Hey Evelyn, is Velvet here? Deku asked as he opened the door. Deku then saw that Velvet was in a state of undress. Deku and Velvet stared at each other for a few moments. Wah, Velvet screamed. Oh my god, I'm so sorry, Deku shouted. Deku, why are you here? Evelyn asked. Coco told me Velvet was here, and we needed to ask her something, Deku said. Coco. You're here too? Velvet asked. Yo, Coco said. Well, I think that question can wait, Evelyn said. Agreed, Deku said as he quick left the room and slammed the door shut. Liked what you saw? Coco asked. Huh, Deku said. I know you have a thing for rabbit faunus. So what do you think of Velvet? I know she doesn't have the assets Evelyn has, but you're not the type that cares much about those things, Coco said. Well, that is true, but why are you asking this? Deku asked. Calm down. I'm only messing with you. Maybe, Coco said. Coco then pinned Deku to the wall. So tell me. What did you think of seeing Velvet like that? Coco asked. Well. It's not the first time I've seen her in an embarrassing state, Deku said. Oh really? Tell me more, Coco said, closing the distance between them, her boobs pressing against his chest. Deku then told Coco about the pictures he'd taken of Velvet. Soon Elin and Velvet came out of the room, after Velvet had put on her clothes. I can't stress how sorry I am, Deku said. Deku, it's alright. You've been apologizing non-stop. I understand it was an accident. And this isn't the first time someone has walked in on me, Velvet said. Really? Deku asked. David walked in on me when me and Evelyn started collaborating, so it's not a big deal, Velvet said. Still, it happened again. Not to self, put a don't enter sign on the door next time, Evelyn said. I guess so, but still go practice for when Velvet said, spotting before she revealed anything to Coco. What was that? Coco asked. Oh, it's nothing. Anyways, we should go, Velvet said. Okay, see you later, Evelyn said. See you around, you two, Deku said. See you soon. So, mind telling me why you were with Evelyn? Coco asked as they walked away. I'm so glad I didn't cause her to hate me, Deku said. Give her some credit, I do. She's your senior. If nothing else, she's certainly more mature than you, Evelyn said. Her underwear defiantly says that, Deku said. I know. You have no idea how hard it was not to comment on it when I first saw it, Evelyn said. Do you think she wears black on purpose? Deku asked. I'm 100% certain she does now. Not really something you'd think she'd wear at first. I think her wanting to change her battle outfit is only the tip of the iceberg, Evelyn said. So she came to you about her clothing issue? Deku said. Yep, Evelyn said. Mind telling me how's that going? Deku asked. Maybe later, but first, Evelyn said. Evelyn then ripped her shirt open, tearing the buttons off, but showed Deku she was wearing a black bra like Velvet. How does it look on me? Evelyn asked. I have so many words I could use, Deku said. Then keep it to the best one, Evelyn said. Fuckable, Deku said. Deku then picked Evelyn up and slammed his lips into hers. They then burst into their room and spent the evening making their bed creak and letting out moans of passion. Thursday. Day 74. Great news. Our field trip has been approved, my cute little students, Peach said. That is great news indeed, David said. And now you can tell us where you're taking us, right? Evelyn asked. Oh, where would be the fun in that? Peach asked. Oh, come on, Evelyn said. As a teacher, it's my duty to preserve the childlike wonder of discovery as much as possible. But I can tell you that the name of the place is Peak, Peach said. I don't have any knowledge of such a place, Penny said. And why is it called Peak, Jack asked. Because it was built very high on top of a mountain range, Peach said. Pretty self-explanatory then, Deku said. Sounds like a weak reason to name a place, Jack said. Well, we do live in a kingdom called Vale. I guess Valerian cartographers don't have that much imagination. It is in Vale, right? David asked. Just on the border of the civilized part of the kingdom. Be up nice and early on Sunday, students, and be sure to get plenty of sleep and food. You will need all your strength. Now why don't you four go ahead and get some lunch while I inform Mr. Midoriya of how my chat with Glinda went, Peach said. The others nodded and then left for the mess hall. So, how did it go? Deku asked. Like this, Peach said. Peach then began to recount her chat with Glinda. How could you not think that you should have asked him if it was okay to tell Ironwood? You know what he's like, Peach asked. I know. I thought about it, but Midoriya is, Glinda said. What is Midoriya? Peach asked. I don't think I should say what he is, Glinda said. Well, at least you are learning from your mistakes, Peach said. What should I do, Violet? Glinda asked. Well, since his secret was told to someone without his consent, and I doubt Ozpin would even apologize. Why don't you tell him a secret that you have? Peach said. I don't think I have any one secret that could even compare to his, Glinda said. Oh, I have one thing that comes to mind. Your time as a student of Beacon, Peach said. Absolutely not. I am his teacher. I should not be, Glinda said. You shouldn't be telling anyone secrets without asking, Peach said. I'll think about it, Glinda said. And that's about it. I'm sure you don't need me to tell you what I said to her in the beginning, Peach said. Yeah. Again, thank you for having that talk with her. It's nice to know there's a teacher at this school that really cares about their students, Deku said. It's nothing at all. Now go get some lunch before the mess hall is empty, Peach said. Yes, Professor Peach. Have a nice evening, Deku said. Deku then left Peach's classroom. After having lunch, Team JPDE were heading back to their room. Nothing at all. For real, Evelyn asked. Yeah. There's nothing in my database or on the network about any settlement or facility called Peak, Penny said. Well, while it may be easier for you to gather information, it's still information that someone has to have recorded and made available, Deku said. True, Penny said. I guess that if you can't find it, it's information that doesn't exist. Or that you can't access, Jack said. Precisely so. The world's best librarian is still limited by her keychain, a voice said. Winter and the man Deku met yesterday had walked up to them. You have very sharp friends, Penny, the man said. The old man, Evelyn asked. Wait, this is the person that occupied that cafe, Jack asked. No. That was Winter, the man said. Sir, please. I've already apologized, Winter said. It's a pleasure to meet you again, Mr. Deku said. Papa. You've arrived, Penny said. Penny then hugged her dad. Papa. Penny, this person is your father, Jack asked. Enrico Polendina, at your service, Enrico said. Also hello, Miss Winter. Long time no see, Penny said. Penny, Winter said. So that's why you didn't want to introduce yourself, David said. I had some meetings to attend to yesterday before coming to Beacon, and I didn't want to spoil Penny's surprise. And thanks for keeping my identity a secret, Izuku Midoriya, Enrico said. No problem. Seeing Penny like this is adorable, Deku said. Penny blushed from embarrassment. I'm so happy to see you, Papa. You have no idea how much I've missed you. And a lot of things happened. Oh. I got your message, and I've activated Sensor Penny said. Yes, I know, Enrico said. You know. How? I thought the signal didn't reach that far, Penny said. Well, Enrico said. Yesterday, Enrico met up with General Ironwood in Ozpin's office. The time we got there, whoever she had been fighting was gone. Her body was damaged, so the training excuse doesn't hold water, Ironwood said. I see, Enrico said. Enrico, how do we fix this? Ironwood asked. I beg your pardon, James, Enrico asked. Gee. How did this happen? How can we get it back under control? Ironwood asked. Oh, now I get it. You're looking at this from painfully wrong assumptions, James, Enrico said. Wrong assumptions? Gods, you even sound like her, Ironwood said. Being that I'm the father, it should be the other way around, Enrico said. Enrico, Ironwood said. James. The problem here is that you're assuming that Penny was under your control to begin with. She was only ever to monitor, Enrico said. Sir. What are you saying? Winter asked. You may recall from that paper I signed that allowed Penny into the Atlas military as a cadet, not as a weapon. As a person, James. Not as an object. And a person has no kill switch, Enrico said. You're telling me you built a weapon that's one sentence away from ending all life on Remnant and gave I the mind of a teenager? Ironwood asked. No, James. I gave my daughter a body and your military the blueprint for the perfect soldier. It was all in the project brief, too, Enrico said. Let's just say I met Ironwood yesterday. But of course, I don't know the details, Enrico said. Plenty of time to share, now, David said. Yeah. Let's go to our room, then Jack said. I shall wait outside, Winter said. You're not coming in, Miss Winter? Penny asked. I'm just your father's escort, Penny. I still answer directly to General Ironwood, Winter said. Oh. I see, Penny said. Everyone minus Winter then entered Team Jade's room and began to tell Enrico about everything. Magic. It boggles the mind, Enrico said. I didn't sense any hints of lying in her voice, Father. And all the data I collected confirms the theory, Penny said. Well, we've barely scratched Remnant's secrets. Why should magic be but one of them? Enrico asked. Just science we don't understand yet. Right, Father, Penny asked. And speaking of which, I was wondering something, Penny. Deku asked. About what, Izuku? Penny asked. You've nominated this Sensophilia many times, so far. But what is it exactly? Deku asked. I was wondering about that, as well. Is it like a special move? Evelyn asked. Well. Penny said. I guess we do owe you an explanation about that. I've used you to relay information about its time limit to Penny, after all, Enrico said. A time limit? Is it your semblance, Penny? David asked. No, but it's tied to it. I don't know where to start, exactly, Penny said. You can tell us everything, Penny. You know that, no, Jack said. That's not what I meant, Jack. It's just complicated. Maybe you can answer, Father, Penny said. Sure. Let me start by asking you a question of my own. What's the difference between a human brain and a digital brain? Enrico asked. Are you sure he can make it less complicated, partner? Evelyn asked. A human brain and a digital brain. Like an artificial intelligence, right? Jack asked. A digital brain does not have emotions, Deku said. Very well. Izuku. That's the basics of it. Not only does a digital brain not have emotions, but it doesn't need them, Enrico said. It doesn't need them. Wait, of course. A digital brain with emotions. That'd just be a human brain, Jack said. Exactly. Emotions cause lapses in judgment, they affect our thinking and actions. We created digital brains to be free of those and other limitations, to only think their assigned task and nothing else. Even without taking aura into account, Penny should be stronger, more durable, faster, a quicker thinker and more nimble than any human being. And yet she isn't because of her human side, which sets a limit on her potential just like a human brain does, Enrico said. So, Sensor removes that limiter, David asked. Sensor is a software that forcefully isolates the human side of Penny's personality, leaving behind her digital nature only. It activates by giving herself a single task, which Penny will then follow through to completion using all the means at her disposal. Afterwards she goes back to normal, Enrico said. And what's that time limit thing about, Evelyn asked. That's the maximum amount of time Penny should stay under the influence of Sensor second stage, Enrico said. A second. Wait, you mean that when you wiped the floor with my sister, Jack said. That was Sensor first stage. We could call it a half-power setting. Like a hairdryer, Penny said. The silliest hairdryer, David said. So, what happens if she stays in the second stage more than 3 minutes, Evelyn asked. I don't know. For obvious reasons, we never tried it, Penny said. I can only hypothesize. But it would be bad. Which is why Penny should use Sensor as little as possible, its second stage only in cases of extreme danger, and never, ever go over the 3 minutes time limit. I trust you will make it so that she won't ever have to go to such extremes, Enrico said. You can leave Penny to us, Deku said. We take care of each other, Sir, Jack said. And I'm proof of that, David said. No way I'm letting my cute partner harm herself, Evelyn said. I'm not that cute, Penny said. Winter Weiss shouted. Oh. Hello, Weiss, Winter said. Hello, Weiss. Sister, what are you doing in Beacon, Weiss asked. Oh, right. Winter's younger sister is attending Beacon as well. Maybe you should go make sure the poor lass doesn't embarrass herself, Enrico said. Enrico said. Or that the Atlas guards around campus don't come running thinking it's Penny again, David said. Be right back, Jack said. Jack, David, Deku and Evelyn then went to head outside their room. Miss Damarot. Mr. Midoriya. A word if you please, Enrico said. A word with me and Aiju, Evelyn asked. What is it, Father, Penny asked. I just wanted to confirm something, ever since I saw the double irises and triple in your eyes respectively, Enrico said. You know something about the weird circles in my eyes, Deku asked. Have you too, by chance, been subject to aura splicing in the past, Enrico asked. Aura splicing, Penny asked. What does that even mean? I don't speak science, Evelyn said. Oh, I'm sorry. It is after all a term I coined myself. What I mean is, has your aura ever been altered by something or someone in the past, Enrico said. You can tell, Evelyn asked. So my theory is correct, Enrico said. I'm kinda lost here, Deku said. Father, what are you saying, Penny asked. There have been other cases like yours in the past, Miss Damarot. They've been my subject of study in the process that brought about Penny's creation. And each and every one of my test subjects sported similar eyes, with double irises, Enrico said. But what, Evelyn said. You're the first one I've seen alive. And Ijuku is the first case of triple irises, Enrico said. Evelyn then got up and close with Enrico. Evelyn, Penny said. You're going to tell me all you know. And you're going to tell me now, Evelyn said. There's no need for threats, Miss Damarot. I wasn't going to withhold any information from you, Enrico said. I'm sorry, Evelyn said. Think nothing of it. I can understand why it would upset you. After all, no Atlesian subjects were found in less than groups of 2, Enrico said. Evelyn then began to cry. She then began to explain how she got the double irises in her eyes. A while later she had finished explaining the circumstances that led to her double irises. After all these years, And you're saying it's always the same one? Evelyn asked. There have never been any other recorded specimens. So far though, we've always just got sightings of it hanging around the places of the incidents after they happened. But your story confirms its direct involvement, and this opens up a kind of scenario that's unheard of in history, Enrico said. Starting with how it can possibly move around Remnant like that, Evelyn said. And the reason why, Penny said. Jack and David then returned. Crisis resolved, Jack said. We won't have an Atlas SWAT team bursting in any time soon, David said. Good to know. I should probably go back in a few minutes just in case, though, Enrico said. Yeah. No time like the present, right? Evelyn asked. Indeed. Before I go, though. Ijuku, when did you get triple irises? Enrico asked. Triple what now? David asked. Ijuku has a similar condition to his eyes as Evelyn's, Penny said. Huh. When did that happen? Jack asked. I don't know. I just noticed it one day. I know for certain though I didn't have them before meeting you lot, Deku said. How did we not notice this? David said. Sounds like an author forgot this piece of information and then had to insert it in for the plot, Evelyn said. That's very specific. Anyway, I also know that it's not exactly the same as Evelyn's, as I can still see color, Deku said. I see. Can you think of any time when your aura was manipulated? Enrico asked. The only time I can think of is when David unlocked his semblance, Deku said. But David's semblance didn't cause us to have the same conditions, Penny said. How very strange. Why does it seem to have only affected your aura? If anything, you should all have same condition, except Penny of course, if your auras were all manipulated and connected, Enrico said. Deku came to a theory on why this had happened to him. What does it take for someone to have aura? Deku asked. You should know this, Ijuku. All a person needs to have aura is a soul. Even babies can have aura, even with their small souls, Penny said. What about a fractured soul? Deku said. Well, in theory yes. But it's never been possible. Why are you asking this? Enrico asked. Because I think I know why this has happened now, Deku said. Really? How do you think it happened? Evelyn asked. It has something to do with the secret I told Ozpin and Glinda, Deku said. You don't have to tell us, Ijuku. We know it's a very private matter, Penny said. Thanks for your concern, Penny, but I think I should tell you everything. I've been here long enough, and you've shared your own personal stories, so now's my time, Deku said. Would you like me to leave? Enrico asked. No. You're Penny's father, and you know all about David now, so I don't see any reason to keep you from the truth, Deku said. Deku then breathed in and out. Ijuku, are you sure? Jack asked. Yes. I'm just thinking about where to start, Deku said. Just say it in a short, sweet sentence. Can't be any weirder than being born from magic, David said. I'm not from Remnant, Deku said. What? The others shouted. Are you an alien? Did if fuck and alien? Evelyn asked. No. Well, at least I don't think so, Deku said. What do you mean? Jack asked. Well, the basics of it is that I was engulfed in an orange light, and then I was in Vale. I don't know if I've traveled across the universe or have actually traveled dimensions. But I don't think there's other life forms on a different planet that are basically identical, so I'm more leaning towards universe hopping, Deku said. I must say this is more interesting than anything I've been told so far, Enrico said. Wait, is that why your semblance doesn't seem to follow the rules of a semblance? Every semblance out there drains the user's aura, no matter what, Penny said. Well, the thing is, I don't have a semblance. What you see is what my world calls quirks, Deku said. Quirks? David asked. It's basically a genetic superhero power that humans have developed, Deku said. So, it's like the Shini's hereditary semblance, Evelyn said. Exactly. When a child of two people with quirks The child is likely to have one or a combination of both, though in rare cases the child can develop a completely different quirk, unrelated to either parent, Deku said. Fascinating, Enrico said. Hold on, you said you have quirks. Does that mean superpower and black whip? Penny asked. Yes. They are two separate and basically unrelated quirks. Except for that fact that they are part of One for All, Deku said. One for All, Jack asked. It's the true name of my quirk. Instead of being a quirk from my parents, it's a quirk I received from my master, and his master before him. One for All is passed down like a torch, with each use fanning the flame and increasing its power. That's why it breaks my body if I go past my limit. Also, as OD recently, I've started to gain the powers of the past users. And one of the past users' quirk was Black Whip, Deku said. Cool. So what new quirks are you going to get? Evelyn asked. That's for another time, I think. We'll be here for hours if I continue on, Deku said. Or Evelyn said. I agree, but I need on last thing, Enrico said. What is it? David asked. Yes, a cup should suffice, Enrico said. A cup of what? David asked. A cup of blood, Penny said. A cup of blood, Jack asked. I asked Father to conduct some analysis on your body, David. I think discovering more about your body could help us in unraveling the mysteries around your origin, Penny said. I understand that, but a cup of blood? David asked. I have a long list of tests in mind for it, my boy. Also now, I would also like a cup of blood from you, Izuku. I would like to have a look at how aura and quirks interact, Enrico said. Sure, Deku said. Actually, I should probably take samples from you too as well, Enrico said. Me and Evelyn, Jack asked. I'd like to keep my blood in its original container, thank you very much, Evelyn said. I won't be able to test for similarities or differences between them without it. Need I remind you that we've never seen a semblance able to share aura before, Enrico said. I guess that makes sense, David said. I hate needles, Jack said. Please be gentle, Evelyn asked. The four then proceeded to have their blood drawn, though the size of the cups were much bigger than they had expected, and Deku had 2 cups of blood drawn. After having his blood drawn, Deku felt very anemic and decided to rest the rest of the day. Friday. Day 75. Deku wasn't feeling that much better the next day, but he still went to class, despite Penny's persistent that he doesn't. Deku held out till the end of class. Now will you go back to resting? Penny asked. Yes, I will, Penny. You don't need to worry, Deku said. You rested for the rest of the day yesterday. I'd say there's a big need to worry, Evelyn said. Yeah. Having that much blood drawn is not good for you, Jack said. Alright. I get it. I'll go rest, Deku said. Deku then began to leave the classroom when he began to fall. Penny was able to catch him. Okay. You need more than rest, you need a blood transfusion. I'm calling Papa, Penny said. Okay, Penny, Deku said. Penny then put Deku on her back and took her to Enrico. Penny quickly arrived at the lab ship and put Deku in a cot, and Enrico hooked up a blood transfusion. I'm sorry I caused this, Izuku, Enrico apologized. Papa, you should have known that you withdrew too much blood, Penny said. I know. I'm sorry for nearly killing your boyfriend, my dear, Enrico said. It's okay, Papa, I know you were just very excited to find out more about Izuku's existence, as am I, Penny said. Well, since we are on the topic of Izuku, let me show you what I've found, Enrico said. Enrico then walked over to his computer. I've noticed that Izuku has a set of extra genes that is not present in any of your other teammates, Enrico said. Those must be the genes that are part of quirks, Penny said. That is my theory as well, Enrico said. Well, I can confirm that they are, Deku said. Izuku. No, you should rest, Penny said. I'm not that debilitated, Penny. I can answer a few questions, Deku said. If so, would you please tell us more about these genes? Enrico said. Well, there's not much to say. They are the genes that house the genetic material that allows us to use our quirks and allow our quirks to be passed to our children and allowed them to mix and combine, Deku said. I don't exactly know what I was expecting, Enrico said. Oh yeah, these quirk genes can be blocked from expressing, thus disabling the user's quirk. My homeroom teacher had this power, Deku said. That a very useful semblance. I mean quirk, Penny said. Could you please give me some examples of other quirks? Enrico asked. Sure. First of all, there are 3 types of quirks. First is emitter, which is any quirk that the user emits, like shooting fire from your hands. The second type is transformation, which changes the user's body but only for a short time, like turning your skin hard-on into iron. Finally, there's mutation, which is any quirk that permanently changes the user's body. Evelyn's ears are a great example of this, though the quirk can change the user's body drastically, so far that they don't even look human anymore, Deku said. So, your quirk. Or should I say quirks are emitters? Enrico asked. Yep, Deku said. Izuku, may I ask what quirk you were born with? Penny asked. Oh, well. I wasn't born with a quirk, Deku said. You weren't born with a quirk? Penny asked. Yes. I was one of the 20% of the population that doesn't have a quirk, Deku said. Did your parents have quirks? Enrico asked. Yes. My mother could pull small objects towards her, and my father could breathe fire, Deku said. So how come you didn't develop a quirk? Penny asked. I don't know, Deku said. Well, no point in dwelling on it. There are some things about genetic we still don't know. Now I'll leave you to rest, Enrico said. Sure. I'm gonna take a nap, Deku said. Deku then closed his eyes and went to sleep. So what are you going to do? Enrico asked. I think I'll stay and wait for Izuku to wake up, Penny said. Okay. I'm going to continue my research, Enrico said. Have fun, Papa, Penny said. Enrico then returned to his work. Penny then looked at Deku and then climbed into bed with him. She pulled the covers over them and rested her head on his chest and closed her eyes. Enrico looked back to see the two sleeping and smiled. They grow up so fast, Enrico said. A few hours later, Deku had full recovered and woken up. Good evening, Izuku. How are you feeling? Enrico asked. I feel much better, Deku said. That's good to hear, Enrico said. Penny then woke up. Evening, Penny said. Had a nice nap? Enrico asked. Yes, Papa. Izuku made an excellent pillow, Penny said. Enrico chuckled. I think you two should get going, Enrico said. All right, Deku said. Deku and Penny then got out of the cot and began to leave. Oh, before you leave, I have one thing I need to test, Izuku, Enrico said. Okay. What is it? Deku asked. I've been thinking about your aura. Since your aura has been spliced between 3 souls, so far. I want to know if you have 3 different auras, Enrico said. I see. Well, I can tell you that I haven't felt any new auras, but then again, I don't know what have different auras feels like, Deku said. Maybe they are dormant, Penny said. That could be possible. The vestiges of the past users do have their own personality. So maybe they have aura, but it hasn't been unlocked, Deku said. That's a valid reason. Penny, would you please help Izuku in potentially unlocking his other auras? Enrico said. Affirmative, Papa, Penny said. Penny then placed her hands on Deku's chest and cheek. The two closed their eyes, and Penny searched deep into Deku to see if she can unlock the past users' auras. Penny then found 2 souls that had dormant aura and used her aura to jumpstart them. Deku's body was then covered in his own green aura, and then parts of his aura started to turn white and red. Fascinating, Enrico said. Wow, Deku said. Izuku. You've made history, Penny said. Your aura pool has increased significantly. You have way more aura than anyone your age has ever had, Enrico said. I guess I won't be breaking any of my bones anytime soon, Deku said. But Papa, I can feel that Izuku's aura is off. It feels like there's 3 auras in one, Penny said. Isn't that a given though, Deku asked. Yes, but it means that anyone with an affinity for aura sensing, they would be able to tell that you have 3 auras, and that's bad, Penny said. I see. So what should I do, Deku said. The best thing for you to do is to suppress your aura. Okay. So how do I do that, Deku asked. I'll show you, Penny said. Thanks, Penny, Deku said. Penny then taught Deku how to suppress his aura so that no one could find out that he had more auras. Afterwards, Deku and Penny then began to left the lab ship. So, do you think I'll develop multiple semblances, Deku asked. While it may be possible, the other auras you have don't feel full. They feel like a fragment of the whole thing. So I believe you'll only develop the one. And I can't wait to see what it is, Penny said. I'm sure I'll unlock it when the time comes, Deku said. Penny and Deku then exited the lab ship and headed back to the dormitory. There was something nagging Deku in the back of his mind. So he brought Penny out onto the balcony. What does it feel like, Deku asked. What exactly are you referring to, Izuku? And why did you abscond with me to the balcony, Penny asked. Well, just in case it's a private matter, I didn't, Deku said. What I meant is that the balcony isn't exactly soundproof. Evelyn, Jack and David can still hear everything from the inside, Penny said. Oh, fine. I just wanted to ask what. I mean, when you activated Sensophilia. Did it hurt, Deku asked. Oh, Penny said. I mean, passing over the thought of seeing you without the human parts of your personality being a terrifying thought. With the way your father described it, I was wondering if it was actually harmful, Deku said. It's really sweet of you to worry about me like so, Izuku, Penny said. Would have been sweeter if it was immediate. It was just so sudden, and you seemed none for the worse, so Deku said. Just so. While I have no way of predicting what going into the second phase of Sensophilia would entail for me, phase 1 is. Well, it's like sleeping, Penny said. Sleeping, Deku asked. Yes. When I use Sensophilia, I'm not actually aware of the passage of time between its activation and its release. And while my sensors never stop recording, the memories I make during that time don't really feel mine or genuine, Penny said. Like a dream, Deku asked. Or a split personality. I know we spoke about aspects of my personality, but it's less like sides and pieces and more like tears. My machine aspects stay in my subconscious, only subtly influencing my motor and speech patterns, Penny said. I see. Well, if it doesn't hurt, then I guess it's fine, Deku said. I just forcefully alter the priorities in my personality tiers. But what do you mean with fine, Penny asked. There was a lot going on, for sure, but you had to fight Thriller alone, so Deku said. There's nothing for you to feel guilty about, Izuku, Penny said. Yeah. Tell that to my subconscious, Deku said. Does this work, Penny asked. How, Deku said. Penny then put her lips to Deku's and they began to make out. Get a room, Evelyn yelled. You're in it, Deku yelled. Saturday, day 76. Deku, Penny, David and Evelyn were going to go on a triple date with Pyrrha and Jan. But before they could meet them, they had to get Evelyn out of bed. Come on, best bunny. We got to help a redhead bag herself a blonde, remember, David said. I hate you, Evelyn said. Come on, Evelyn, up you get, Deku said. Deku then used Black Whip to pull Evelyn out of bed. Pyrrha and Jan were waiting at the bullhead landing. So, thanks for coming with us, Jan, Pyrrha said. Oh, think nothing of it. A day out on the town sounds fun. Even if John said, starting to mumble at the end. What was that? Pyrrha asked. Oh, nothing. Hey, there's David, Evelyn, Izuku and Penny, John said. Good morning, guys, David said. Salutations, Penny said. Hello, Deku said. No, Evelyn said. Hello there, Pyrrha said. Is something wrong with Evelyn? John asked. No, she's just not a morning person and usually takes advantage of Saturdays to sleep in, Deku said. Top Bunny is still sleepy. She will have a nap on the bullhead, Evelyn said. Yeah. Now say hi and let's go, David said. Fine. Hi, guys, good morning. Now let's find a double seat. I will not be suffered to lay my head on a window, Mr. Evelyn said. Yeah. Let's see if we can't find 6 seats near each other, guys, David said. The 4 members of Team JPDE then boarded the bullhead. Evelyn and Penny are pretty cute, John said. Yeah. And they are very lucky, Pyrrha said. Yeah, I guess they are, John said. John and Pyrrha then entered the bullhead. The 6 of them were now in the market. What are we looking for, again, John asked. Ingredients for a cake. We have a habit to try and make new recipes in our kitchen, and this time it's me and Evelyn's turn, Deku said. Sounds delicious. Hope I can have a slice, John said. Well, maybe if you can grab more stuff than us, Evelyn said. Well, why don't we make a competition out of it, Pyrrha asked. A competition, John asked. Oh, good idea, Penny said. I see. We can split the list and see who finishes first, David said. Oh, I see. And whoever wins gets the biggest portion of the resulting pie. I mean, unless it's coconut based. It's not coconut based, is it? I'm so allergic, John said. So how should we make the teams, Deku asked. Me with John, Pyrrha quickly responded. I mean, if you don't mind, Pyrrha said. Sure. Guess it's couples teams, David said. Once we finished, we gather at the entrance of the market, Deku asked. Sure. And whoever wins gets the biggest portion of the resulting pie, John said. Let the games begin, then Evelyn said. Evelyn. We still have to split the list, Penny said. The list was then split evenly between them, and they then split off to get the ingredients. Though instead of doing that, the 4 members of Team JPDE locked around and met up with each other and then began to watch over John and Pyrrha. Do you see them? How is it going, David asked. You've got the high ground here, Evelyn said. But you're turned in their direction, David said. There's people in the way, Mr. Evelyn said. Deku then picked up and put her on his shoulders. There, can you see now, Deku asked. Yeah, Evelyn said. Penny then looked at David. Penny, I'm not picking you up. I'm not as strong as Deku, David said. You don't have to dance around the fact I'm heavy. I can make them out in the crowds anyway, Penny said. Mind telling me what's happening? I don't have the height, a strong boyfriend to lift me up, or robot eyes, Deku said. Okay. It actually looks good. They are standing pretty close to each other, and they seem to be having fun, David said. What do you think this is, a shipping forum? They are partners and best friends, that's par for the course, Evelyn said. Good point. Are they doing anything that could unmistakably be seen as pro, Deku said. Oh, Penny said. What? What happened, Deku asked. The docking has been initiated, Penny said. The docking happened, Deku asked. The docking happened, Evelyn said. Just as we planned. Go, Pyrrha, Deku said. Well, actually, it wasn't exactly as planned, David said. The one who initiated the docking wasn't Pyrrha. It was John, Evelyn said. Maybe he's not that dense, after all, Deku said. Maybe Penny said. They then lost John and Pyrrha after the docking and so went to get the other ingredients. They then arrived at the market entrance and wait for John and Pyrrha. They waited, and waited, and waited, but they still hadn't arrived. It's sure been a while, huh? Evelyn asked. Yeah, Deku said. Even for an unforeseen need of intimate docking of the lips, this is ridiculous, Penny said. Yeah. I mean, either they brought the love train to a hotel or something happened, David said. Pyrrha would have at least sent us a message. Maybe typed in a hurry with mangled grammar of excitement, Evelyn said. Oh damn it, I hope things didn't go south. Where could they? Deku said. Guys. Sorry for the wait, John said. John. We were starting to worry, David said. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's just, me and Pyrrha had a talk, then I realized we hadn't finished the list. I did it as fast as I could. Anyway, you win. Biggest slice is Team Jade's after all, John said. Yeah, horary us. But where's Pyrrha? Deku asked. Left her in the cafe over there nursing her second parfait, John said. Nursing her, David said. Girls and ice cream. Oh noes. John, what happened? Evelyn said. Something that needed to happen. But we'll deal with it and be stronger for it. That's what teammates do. Izuku, David, you two should probably talk to her so we can just put this behind us, John said. Ha. Us. What do you mean? Deku asked. Hey. You two are great guys, but seriously. You can be so dense, John said. John then left. Did that just happen? David asked. I have so many questions, Evelyn said. I suggest we should inquire with Pyrrha on what happened, Penny said. The four then headed toward the cafe. Pyrrha. Honey. Are you alright? Evelyn asked. Pyrrha took a long slurp of her parfait. Okay, yeah, that was a dumb question, Evelyn said. Would you mind telling us what transpired? Deku asked. Pyrrha took a long loud slurp of her parfait. After you finish eating. Of course, Deku said. Pyrrha took a small slurp of her parfait. Pyrrha then finished her parfait and then told them what happened. You cannot be serious, Deku and David shouted. How do you think I felt? Pyrrha asked. I'm absolutely not amused by this reveal in any way whatsoever, Evelyn said. He thinks you invited him out so you could make us jealous, David asked. Yup. Because even though that's painfully the case as exemplified by our own team, a girl spending time with someone of the opposite sex means she wants to jump his unmentionables, Pyrrha said. I don't think it's that simple. I mean, John may be sense but he's not that moronic, Penny said. Then why? Pyrrha asked. Pyrrha, other than John and Ren, have you spent time with any other guys in Beacon before meeting Izuku and David? Penny asked. Well. No, but Pyrrha said. And considering that John thinks that you think of him as a friend, and same goes for Ren, he probably thinks, wait a minute, if Pyrrha suddenly want to hang out with a guy, maybe, Penny said. But we're all a thing, Deku said. That's not exactly a point against the theory, honey, Evelyn said. Oh my gods, you three are adorable, Evelyn said. Stop that, David said. This is hopeless, Pyrrha said. Pyrrha, don't say that, Deku said. No, I mean, I'm hopeless. You four have been nothing but great to me, but as Evelyn said, this is way too roundabout to work. John is a very simple person. He's straightforward and honest to a fault. That's one of the things I like about him, but it doesn't lend itself well to love subterfuges, does it? The only way for him to know that I like him is for me to straight out tell him so. And who knows when I will ever get the courage to do that, Pyrrha said. They then returned to Beacon. Thanks for your help. And sorry for being a bother, Pyrrha said. Pyrrha, you're not a bother, Deku said. And don't act like you're giving up. No one likes a quitter, Evelyn said. Heh. Thanks. And I'm not quitting. But until I find the courage to cat on my feelings, I guess I'll just go back to how things were before, Pyrrha said. Pyrrha then headed for the dormitory. Is there really nothing more we can do, Penny asked. Other than going behind her back and tell Jan? No, and I think there's a reason why Ren and Nora haven't done so before, Evelyn said. Sunday. Day 77. It was time for Team JPDE to get up and head to Peak. Night, David. It's time to get up, Penny said. Don't you mean morning, David asked. Well, it's still dark out, so it's not really morning yet, Deku said. My. See, David said. David then started to go back to sleep. David, please. We have to get to the Bullhead landing. Hello, Penny said. If David's like this, then there's no way we're getting Evelyn up, Deku said. Thankfully they were able to wake Evelyn up with the rest of the team. They then made their way to the Bullhead landing. Good morning, my cute rule-breaking students, Peach said. Morning, David said. Good morning, Jack said. Morning, Evelyn said. Morning, Professor, Deku said. Good morning, Professor Peach, Penny said. Well, glad to see that two of you are morning people. You'll have a couple hours to sleep on the Bullhead, anyway, Peach said. Professor. Why so early, Jack asked. Well, it's so we can have more time to explore. Also, having breakfast at 6,000 feet is stimulating, Peach said. 6,000 feet, Evelyn asked. 6,561, to be precise. Let's go, Peach said. They then boarded the Bullhead. As they sat down, Evelyn was quick to make herself comfortable on Deku and quickly went back to sleep. As the Bullhead took off, Deku decided to go back to sleep as well. Hey, where are we going, Lariat asked. Deku tried to speak, but his mouth still hadn't formed. Don't worry, man. I know where we are going. I have to say though, this aura thing feels good. I wish I had this when I was alive, Lariat said. Deku chuckled. Oh, yeah. With aura I can feel that other prescience. Soon we'll find who the bastard is, Lariat said. Deku nodded. Ijuku. Wake up, Jack said. Seems like we're out of time, Lariat said. Deku then woke up. Jack. What is it, Deku asked. Open your eyes, Mr. Midoriya. This is something you can only see at dawn, Peach said. Deku then looked out the window to see the city of Peak. Is that our destination, Deku asked. The sealed city of Peak, students. We've indeed arrived, Peach said. The Bullhead then landed, and they entered a small camp. Oh my. Is this a first-class repulsion field, Penny asked. Very good, Penny. Indeed it is. This camp is not used that much anymore, but they decided to at least make it so that it wouldn't get worn down by the elements. Or grim, Peach said. Evelyn let out a long yawn. A camp for what, Evelyn asked. To try and study Peak. Emphasis on try, Peach said. Why would you need to study a city, Jack asked. To understand why it suddenly up and disappeared, Peach said. I can kind of see it, David said. Symbolically speaking, Mr. Deiki Begis. A city is not just its wall and buildings, a city its inhabitants. And that's what disappeared, Peach said. Did you just say? The city's populace disappeared, Deku asked. Overnight, as far as we know, Peach said. As far as we know, Jack asked. Problem is, no one could ever verify it, Peach said. Professor Peach, could you please start from the beginning, Penny asked. Gladly. Still haven't told you how this all ties in with your lighter, either. Peak was a marvel. One of the few large, long-lasting and successful settlements, so far from one of the Four Kingdoms' main lands. Not only that, it became the world's leading pole of research in raw metallurgy, Peach said. That's the workings of metals, right? Jack asked. Working, fusing, shaping, extracting. Peak started as a mining town and is the first place in the world where pyroobsidian was discovered. Also, the first place in the world where they learned to harness its properties, Peach said. It can store ore, Penny said. And conduct it better than anything else on the planet. Sadly, it's way too heavy to make weapons out of. But walls are an option, Peach said. You mean the walls of the city are made out of pyroobsidian? David asked. At their core. Almost indestructible and able to conduct aura, double the defense. And batteries, and this place was a fortress as much as a science town. Which makes the sudden silence even weirder. Around a decade ago, all communications from Peak ceased. Aerial surveys tell of no destruction of any kind, but all human activity is just gone, and so are the inhabitants, Peach said. Just aerial surveys? Deku asked. I said as far as we know, remember. It's not called the sealed city of Peak for nothing. No one can get in and nothing ever came out. Indestructible walls, and don't get me started on the gate, it's a blacksmith's wet dream. Problem is, it's locked and every security system the city had in place is operative. You can't open it, you can't deny it, you can't disassemble it. No one has ever managed to get in, and in the end, they stopped trying, Peach said. Question. Did they remember they can fly? Because there's not top, Evelyn said. I suspect that the city has a repulsor field of its own. But that only keeps out things without aura, Penny said. Indeed. Any tries to just climb the walls were met with failure for another reason, Peach said. And that was? David asked. Nothing life-threatening or with long-term consequences, Peach said. Well, that ain't ominous at all, Evelyn said. Thing is, anyone who's ever tried to enter the city has been hit with dizziness and torpor and fell into a heap soon after, Peach said. Alright, so. Why exactly are we here, then? Deku asked. To find a way inside, of course, Peach said. So let me get this straight. You brought us here to try and crack a mystery that people in higher number and with greater resources and experience than us all failed to even chip at, Jack asked. More or less. But considering this is also your only lead to the mysteries of your lighter, do you have a choice? Peach asked. I guess we don't, Jack said. Go figure. What do we do first? Deku said. Deku's stomach then grumbled, causing the others to laugh. What about breakfast, partner? Jack said. Please, Deku said. They then went back to the camp and had breakfast. A bit cold, but it kept its flavor, Peach said. And they even made it fresh at that ungodly hour. Professor Power, Evelyn said. Maybe next time we could cook something ourselves, Penny said. Well, if Professor Peach allows it, Jack said. Oh, absolutely. I'm personally terrible at making anything appetizing, so I welcome the chance to try some homemade cooking, Peach said. Wasn't this supposed to be our punishment? It's like we're planning a camping trip, David said. Oh, believe me, Peak will punish you enough, Peach said. Speaking of which, barring any other interruptions. Where should we start? Deku asked. Home. Well, examining the gate and the walls, I guess. As minuscule as the possibility is, we may find something others have overlooked. Or maybe something changed with time, Jack said. Sounds like a plan. Let's go, Deku said. Team Jade then walked up to the huge front gate of Peak. The gate was massive and there were many layers of protection on it. Home. Given the materials, thickness of the various layers and composition of the structure. As I thought. It doesn't bode well, Penny said. What doesn't, Penny? Deku asked. This gate's resistance. Similar gates are used in Atlas for their disaster level shelter, except with different materials. Factoring those in as well. Only a kinetic bombardment could burst this door open, Penny said. A what bombardment? David asked. An orbital strike, Penny said. Come again, David asked. It means, a really big object falling from space, Jack said. Okay, no shoulder ramming this one, David said. Yeah. Dropping a rod from God would completely destroy Peak itself, let alone the gate. It has more destructive power than a nuclear bomb, Deku said. You have orbital strikes in your world, Penny asked. In concept only. It was thought of during the Cold War. We haven't been to space in a long time due to the emergence of quirks, Deku said. Humans have been to space in your world, Jack asked. Yep, and to our moon. That also happened during the Cold War, Deku said. What's a Cold War, David asked. And what's a nuclear bomb, Evelyn asked. A Cold War is basically where superpower countries don't like each other, but they don't go to war as they would destroy the world. And nuclear bomb is an explosive that could destroy the entirety of Vale with one bomb. It was developed during the Second World War, and two were actually used on Japan, my home country, Deku said. Second World War, the others asked. I'll give a history lesson later. We have a city to get into, Deku said. Evelyn then noticed sets of levers on either side of the gate. Hey, aren't these controls? Maybe they're, Evelyn said. A gate that opens from outside, David questioned. David then took a closer look at the controls. I think you may be right. But if they are, how come no one has ever used them, David asked. Probably because you need to know the correct position for all the switches, Deku said. This is most definitely a failsafe in case there was a malfunction of the gates that would leave someone stranded outside. But considering the amount of possible combinations, Penny said. It'd take years to try them all, David said. Give or take a century, Penny said. Moo. And here I thought I had made a breakthrough, Evelyn said. They then went left of the gate and followed the wall. On the top of the wall there were some weirdly shaped battlements. It's just a frame with openings big enough for an entire person to walk through. Are those made of pyro-obsidian as well, Deku asked. Yes. They are probably designed so that aura gets projected between the frame's bones, Penny said. Aura. That makes me wonder, by the way. How would you even power all of this up, Deku asked. With someone's aura, Penny said. But if the entire structure is connected, how much aura would you need to cover everything? And to keep it replenished during an assault as it's continuously chipped away at, Deku asked. An impressive amount. The best theory I can come up with is that they had a group of aura users always on standby. But that sounds terribly inefficient, Penny said. David had noticed that the walls looked more vulnerable than the front gate. If push comes to shove, I think we'd have an easier time breaking through the walls than the gate, David said. That's not really necessary though, is it? The walls are not high enough that we can't clear them with a jump. The problem is staying up after entering the city, Jack said. The dizziness cause or whatever it is Professor Peach spoke of, David said. Yeah. I wonder if that's another of the city's security systems, Jack said. If it is, it's a system specifically crafted against humans, isn't it, David said. Yeah. Also, if it covers the entire city, how do they keep it from affecting the inhabitants, Jack asked. Weird, David said. They then continued to see a large thick forest. Christ, this forest's thick. You wouldn't be able to see anything in it for miles unless it was literally knocking trees out of the way, Deku said. Hey, reminds me of our heart-thumping encounter of the grim kind in the Emerald Forest, Evelyn said. Which one? Because I can count a few, Deku said. Well, Harold isn't really a grim, so I don't think he counts, Evelyn said. But there's still the time he got the both of us while we were fighting that group of Boelves, Deku said. No trees knocked down that time, though, Evelyn said. True. Anyway, I wonder how they handle surveillance, in Peak, Deku said. Well, think about it like this. They had enough defenses and space between wall and forest to be able to handle smaller parties easily. And larger ones would be seen even before entering the forest, Evelyn said. We are pretty high up, after all, Deku said. Team Jadi then went to the right of the gate. Deku had noticed that there was a translucent area where the walls met the ground. Do you see this? Deku asked. Yup. That's what happens when two forces fields intersect. Both the camp and the city are protected by a separate repulsor field, right? I guess this is where the two things intersect, and that's why you see that translucent effect near the ground, Jack said. I see. Hold on. How are these things powered up? Deku asked. Usually with dust. Why? Jack asked. Because the force field encompasses the whole city and it has been up for a decade. How is it still running? Deku asked. Huh, good point. I mean, this was a mining town, so they could theoretically have stocked up on enough dust for that to be feasible. But how has the force projector been restocked over the years? Jack asked. They then continued along the wall to a tower that most likely contained anti-air armaments. The more I look at it, the more I can't help but think this is a military base instead of a mining town, David said. Well, considering its location, one should expect Peak to have a more military look. Either you have a lot of aura users, Deku said, or fortifications out the wazoo. I honestly would put them up even if I had a contingent of hunters, to be fair. I mean, if you have the resources and possibility, why not? If you are starting a new settlement in the middle of grim country, not having external walls seems like a pretty big design flaw, David said. I agree. But the Kingdom of Vale probably doesn't, Penny said. Huh. What do you mean? Deku asked. Their last attempt at expanding didn't prove successful for a number of reasons. Among those, the lack of fortifications, Penny said. I see, David said. Deku could see that from the battlement you could go inside the gates building. Maybe opening it from the inside could be simpler than from the outside, Deku said. Maybe, Jack said. Why open it at all if we manage to get up over and inside, Evelyn said. Not everyone who could be coming here is an aura user. They didn't make this easy to climb, David said. David approached the wall and stretched a hand towards the material. The wall was completely smooth, there was nothing to grab onto. Even the decorative lines are completely smooth. Davod then felt something coming from the wall. What? David said. Partner. What's wrong? Deku asked. Aura, David said. Aura, Jack asked. There's aura running through these walls, David said. What? Are you pulling my leg? I can't feel anything, Evelyn asked. I swear. Try touching the wall directly, David said. The others then touched the wall. Can't feel anything, partner, Jack said. Me either, Evelyn said. I can't tell if I'm feeling my own or not. It all feels like a jumbled mess, Deku said. I can, but it's so weak, like a whisper in the distance, Penny said. A whisper? David asked. Moo. Why can you and Penny feel it and I can't? Evelyn said. Beats me. But I swear it's there, David said. I guess you're more sensitive to aura than we are, maybe, Jack said. Partner, David asked. It's just an idea, but well, we can talk about it after we're finished. Let's continue exploring. This is something really big. Aura means there's something alive in the city, Jack said. True, David said. The team had now circled as much of the city walls as they could, and now they had gathered in front of the gate. All right, guys. Gather up. So, the front door is sealed. Opening it the normal way from the outside could take us years, Jack said. Well, I could use my semblance. Go back to the last time it was used, Evelyn said. Thought of that, but considering it was around 10 years ago, you'd need more aura than you actually possess, Jack said. Well, with my semblance we could share our aura with her, and Ijuku might be able to supply her with enough aura. Would that be enough? David asked. I think it would, but then the problem becomes the strain it had put on Evelyn. So let's keep that as a last resort if we can't open it from the inside. All right, Jack said. Huff. Let me show off. Every once in a wait, the inside, Evelyn asked. The inside, Jack said. But what about the DITS spell? Penny asked. Hey. I like that, Evelyn said. I tested a number of alternative nomenclatures as we walked, Penny said. Well. I think I know what it is, Jack said. What? How? Deku asked. Thanks to David's little discovery. Think about it, it can't be gas because the city is in the open. And it wouldn't be that precise, anyway, while the effect is pricey, restricted to the city limits. Considering that those same limits are also defined by the walls and that you felt aura. I think this is a semblance, Jack said. You're kidding, right? Evelyn asked. I know, the implications are ridiculous, but let's say we believe this theory for a second. If it's a semblance, how do we get past it? Jack asked. If it's a semblance, and its range is extended by the pyro-obsidian in the walls. Goodness, it affects our aura directly, doesn't it? Penny asked. The effect is just putting people to sleep, but it's inescapable. I don't know whether to call it weak or strong, David said. It's a very strong ability. Putting your enemies to sleep is one of the strongest abilities someone could have, Deku said. Quite. So, Jack said. Well, the easiest way would be to take out the user. But we don't know where he is, Evelyn said. And if it's in the middle of the city, good luck getting there, anyway, David said. I think there's a way to know at least the approximate position, though. It's a long shot, but Jack said. And how would that work? David asked. By combining your semblance with Penny's brain, Jack said. Back in Vale. I'm ready, Thilla said. Took you long enough, you cow, Bella said. Apologies. I needed to grab your security box, Thilla said. I didn't hide it that well, Bella said. Extremely well, actually. You must treasure what's inside of it, Thilla said. I don't. I just. You're annoying. I don't even remember the fuck it is, Bella said. I know, Thilla said. It's nice to see you both so lively. You sure you don't need me to guide you there? I don't know if the directions were accurate enough, Weza said. The ruins where Howard was squatting are a familiar point of reference. We'll find the source easily enough, Thilla said. I see. I guess it will be a short trip, for once, Weza said. It depends on how long it'll take to break my mind apart and piece it back together. I feel like puking just at the thought, Bella said. Please don't. Howard just finished cleaning, Weza said. Did not. But it'd definitely make this cohabitation even more of a stink, Howard said. Let's go, Bella, Thilla said. Yeah, Bella said. Thilla and Bella then left. One day, Weza. Patience, Weza said. Back at Peak. Talk about a shot in the dark. Are you sure this will work? David asked. I honestly have no idea, partner, David said. The theory is sound, though. If whoever's creating the DITS spell is using the pyro-obsidian structure to spread their aura, they must be in contact with it, Penny said. And if I can share my aura with it through the structure, I should be able to follow it to its location, David said. Your semblance allows us to share our aura not only with you but also between ourselves. If we can also partake of the sensing side effect, Jack said. That makes sense, but I don't really sense the exact location, it's just a general feeling, David said. I'll turn that feeling into numbers and vector. Leave it to me, Penny said. Well, as long as it's in range, I guess this could work, David said. Yeah. Now show us, Evelyn said. Show you what? David asked. What do you think? You told us you tried your inspiration on Pyrrha. So, what did you get? Evelyn asked. I am also curious to see what Pyrrha's inspiration has to offer, Deku said. Oh, that. Actually, this could spare us the effort of climbing 1 second, I'm still not used to doing it on command, David said. David focused on trying to activate his semblance. Partner, you really need to work on your focus face, Jack laughed. Oh, shut up and let me concentrate, David said. David's right eye then went a lighter shade of green, with a small flame around it. I don't know which shade of green looks better on you, Evelyn said. Oh, so my eye is green like Pyrrha's, right now. I haven't done this in front of a mirror yet, so I wouldn't know. Alright. Let's do this, Penny, David said. Ha, Penny said as David grabbed her hand. Easy there with the hand holding, you perv, Evelyn said. Sorry. It's just that my semblance and Pyrrha's inspiration, David said. I don't mind. I was just surprised, that's all, Penny said. I see. Damn, Pyrrha's confidence is overwhelming, David said. Pyrrha's confidence. Are we talking about the same girl I had to wrestle to make her let her hair down, Evelyn asked. I admit she may stumble and fall a lot when it comes to love. But aura, fight, even being social. Pyrrha just exudes confidence. It had not blind confidence, it comes from the knowledge of what she's capable of. It's what draws people to her, what makes you want to stand by her side and glad to be her friend, David said. Well. Your second stage is impressive in more than one way, David, Deku said. It's violation of privacy, in a way, but I can't help it, David said. Alright. On to it then, Jack said. Roger, David said. David and Penny then began to move up the walls of Peak. And now he's flying. Not very gracefully, but Jack said. Now that makes 2 of us that can pseudo-fly. Hacks. I call hacks, Evelyn said. It's not as easy as I make it look, David said. You'll get used to it. Just try and keep your balance, Deku said. David, this is fantastic. You're levitating the both of us effortless, Penny said. Not really. It's not that easy calibrating, David said. I mean, you're not affected by my weight, Penny said. Oh, that. Yeah, as long as I touch you it's like we're the same body. Speaking of which. Ready, David asked. Affirmative, Penny said. David then reached out towards the pyro-obsidian frame. David then grabbed the frame and sighed in relief as he did not experience any kind of dizziness. So far so good. On 3, Penny, David said. I'm counting that down, Evelyn said. Okay, but. Why, David asked. I want to contribute something. 3, Evelyn said. Heh, if you say so, David said. 2, Evelyn said. David closed his eyes and focused. 1, Evelyn said. David then passed out. Penny and David then fell to the ground. Oh gods. Are you two okay, Evelyn asked. I am undamaged. And David is just unconscious, Penny said. What happened up there, Jack said. I don't know. He just passed out all of a sudden, Penny said. That's strange. Let's get David into a tent, we can find out why he passed out later. Ijuku, mind helping me carry David, Jack asked. Deku didn't respond. Ijuku, Jack said as she turned around to see Deku laying on the ground. Ijuku, Jack shouted. Deku opened his eyes to see that he was in the void space where he met the past users of One for All. Deku looked around for one of the vestiges, but none of them were around. Deku then noticed David in the void, but he had his old clothes and hairstyle, which led Deku to believe that this was the flame. The flame was staring off into the void. Deku then heard David's voice, but it did not come from the flame. Penny. Evelyn. Deku. Jack. Guys. Professor. Anyone, David called out. Deku then looked in the direction the flame was. He saw tufts of blonde hair and 2 gauntlets. Deku then realized he was seeing through David's eyes. "You are brave," boy, a voice said. Deku jumped in surprise as the new voice spoke. "But it's way too soon for you to be in front of me," the voice said. A giant wall of flame then appeared before David, which formed a head and 2 hands made of fire. David then screamed out as the flame entity. Always a welcome reaction. My kids have gotten used to my presence, by now. Even in this new form. And so, you've reached peak. Starting to unravel the mystery, aren't we? Following little metal breadcrumbs, the voice asked. You know me. How? David asked. That's your question. Seriously, the voice asked. Excuse me, David said. You're having an out-of-body experience, standing in complete darkness in front of a talking giant made of living flames, and the first thing on your mind is how I know who you are, the voice asked. I'm having a... What? David asked. You didn't know. So you just randomly inserted your aura into the pyro-obsidian structure. Can't begin to guess why exactly you'd do that. But you were probably trying to find a way around the debilitating field, the voice said. You're the source, then David said. Indeed. But I'm much more, boy. That's also the reason why I know so much about you. My kids have been reporting about you as often as possible, the voice said. Your kids? What? You're talking about Weser and the others, David asked. Took you long enough? Or is it that the kids never mentioned me, the voice asked. They did, but until Thiller mentioned you and Weser in the same sentence, we thought boss referred to Weser, David said. Ah, the usual confusion. That'd be because of Howard. He's Mistrali, and in their archaic language there's 2 words that sadly only translate to boss in the more commonplace Valesian. He refers to Weser by one and to me by the other in his mind. But the difference doesn't translate well into Valesian. So just call me boss, the boss said. Only because I don't know what else to call you, David said. Fair. And is that anger I hear rising, the boss asked. If Weser, Howard, Bella and Thiller answer to you, then you're the reason why they're after me, David said. Sounds logical, the boss said. What do you want from me, David asked. Answers, home. Is that what you want, the boss asked. What do you think, David asked. Well, in light of this unforeseen but undoubtedly entertaining meeting, I'm feeling inclined to answer 3 of your questions, before I send you back, the boss said. Just 3, David said. Indeed. So choose carefully, boy, the boss said. David then thought of 3 questions to ask the boss. At first I thought it was just the flame in my body. But that's not it, is it, David asked. The flame. How much do you know about it, the boss asked. Next to nothing. Howard wasn't exactly talkative, and the flame itself doesn't share much either, David said. The flame speaks to you, the boss said in honest surprise. It's just as Howard said. There's definitely something of the Guardian in you, the boss said. The Guardian? What Guardian, David asked. That's not what you're asking right now, boy. To answer your original question, there's nothing I want from you at the moment. But I may, in the future, the boss said. Depending on, David asked. Only on your actions, the boss said. David then asked his second question. No one can get into the city, there's no human activity, and no one has heard anything from the population in years. What did you do, David asked. I just took advantage of an opportunity. The fools really took a liking to pre-obsidian and... well, that sealed their fate, the boss said. You didn't just put them to sleep, David said. I didn't. But don't worry, you're too far away for me to do the same to you, even if I wanted to, the boss said. How? What exactly did you do, David asked. That would be telling you too much. You can find out on your own if you reach the mines, though. But I'd advise against eating before going in. It's not for the weak of stomach. Afterwards, I put up the debilitating field and sealed the city to avoid interference. But now I no longer need it, really. So I'll give you a hand and make the field weaker, the boss said. Weaker? You mean people will no longer fall dormant? David asked. Now, let's not get crazy. But I will make it will only affect people with an active aura shield, the boss said. A hand. More like a damn gauntlet, David said. Now, what would life be without a challenge, boy, the boss said. David then asked his final question. You were right, earlier. The first question I should have asked is what the hell are you, David asked. That's something you will discover on your own the further you get inside the city. But I can give you a couple hints. Doesn't it sound weird to you that I refer to Weza, a fully grown adult, as a kid, the boss asked. A bit. But I guess that's because humans are all kids to you, aren't they, David asked. Very good. Yes, to me even your headmaster is a kid. Remnant itself is barely leaving its crib, the boss said. Which implies that Ozpin is older than he looks, David said. Oh, you don't know the half of it, the boss said. David had so many more questions to ask, but he had exhausted all 3 questions the boss gave him. Well, then. That's all the time we have for today, the boss said. You mean that's all the time you'll grant me, David said. Hey. Oh, I like you, boy. It'll be fun to meet you in person, the boss said. And when will that be, David asked. Once again, Dik Begis. That depends on you. Oh, and one last thing, the boss said. What, David asked. This will hurt, the boss said. Deku's view through David's eyes were then cut off. So? You're probably wondering why you could see through David's eyes, the flame said. Deku nodded. When David's body was created, a part of me, a fragment, broke off. And that fragment is the flame standing in front of you. I traveled far away, look for a suitable host I could live in. And that person was you, flame said. Deku's eyes went wide with shock. Not only at what the flame told him, but also the implications. He had not traveled to another universe. And when I entered your body, the process that created David started again, but since I was already in a body, it teleported you to Remnant. I'm sorry for the trouble I caused you, flame said. Deku looked down at the ground, but then he looked back at the flame, extending his hand out and smiling even though he had no mouth. You forgive me, flame asked. Deku nodded. You're far too kind for your own good. You better stop that or you'll die. Now I think I should go introduce myself to the others, flame said. Deku then woke up. No. The boss. Weza, Bella. I've met the one pulling the strings, David said. And man. He's quite a person. Is that the right term for him, Deku said. What? You met him too? How, David asked. You're not the only one with a fire inside, Deku said. David then told the others about the boss. So this is the thing that Thilla and Bella fear so much, Penny asked. Pyre Obsidian, Evelyn said. A being not of this world. With a connection to pre-Obsidian. Is responsible for the disappearance of Peak's populace. Mr. Dik Begis, if it wasn't against school rules I would be kissing you, right now, Peach said. Sorry, we've reached our yearly allowance of interactions with crazy groupies. Try next semester, Evelyn said. A decade of silence and hitting walls and dead ends, and we reach a breakthrough in one day, Peach said. A breakthrough that we can't prove, Professor. I'm sure this story would get us laughed out of town, Jack said. We can't prove yet, you mean? We've got our target set for us, now, Peach said. The mines. Which are on the other side of the city. And I have a feeling we're not going to get there alive without Aura, David said. Penny smiled. Penny, no, David said. That's not what I was thinking of. But Jack's plan worked. I know how we can get inside the city and, eventually, the mines, Penny said. Oh. Well, that's great, David said. And it will have to wait until next weekend. We've had enough excitement for one day, students. It's time to go back, Peach said. My sentiments exactly, Professor Evelyn said. Right. I'm still not 100% sure David is unharmed from his experience, and I believe we're going to need everyone's strength, Penny said. You heard our tactician. Time to go back, Jack asked. Hey. A tactician? Me, Penny asked. Who else? Come on, let's go, Jack said. Hold on. Before we go. Deku, how did you know about the boss before I told you, David said. Ah. Well, you see, Deku said. I'll leave you five alone, Peach said. Thanks, Deku said. Peach then left the tent. After what she said, I can't imagine what she would do if she found out Izuku was a being from another universe, Jack said. Actually, I've just found out that I am from this universe, Deku said. What? How, Penny asked. The quick explanation is that I have a fragment of the flame in me, Deku said. You've got to be bullshitting me, Evelyn said. I'm not. And he was the reason why I know about the boss. I could see your interaction with him, Deku said. How? How is that even possible, David asked. I don't know how I was able to see what you were, but I can explain how a part of the flame now resides in my body, Deku said. Deku then told the others what the flame told him. Afterwards they then went back to Beacon. It was now late at night. Thilla and Bella were at the ruins Howard used as a hideout. Currently Thilla was remembering something from her past. I can't. I'd really like that, but I can't. We can't, Thilla cried. Thilla, a voice said. And I can't even tell you why, Thilla cried. You're both very brave, the voice said. I don't want to be, Thilla cried. But you have to. For her, right, the voice asked. Yes, Thilla said. You know, I have 2 daughters back home. They're around your age, the voice said. Really, Thilla asked. Really, the voice said. What? What are they like, Thilla asked. Every time. I think of her every time we do this, Thilla thought. Hey, T. I'm back, Bella said. Glad to have you back, Bella, Thilla said. Thanks. You go, my clothes. These are ruined. As always, Bella said. Near the basin, behind those rocks, Thilla said. Thanks. I'll never get used to the smell of sweat and blood, Bella said. Bella then put on the fresh set of clothes. I was thinking of her, Thilla said. You always do when we do this, Bella said. Well, I was wondering. Do you, Thilla said. When I'm fractured, I don't even remember her face. But when I'm healing, towards the end. Yes, Bella said. It helps you be brave, Thilla said. Yes. It does. My box. I can't find it in the darkness, Bella said. I put it on the floor near the wall, your Thilla said. Bella hit the box with her foot. Ow, Bella said. On your right, Thilla said. Yeah, I found it, Bella said. Bella had now put on a white cloak with a golden rose brooch. Still looks good on you, Thilla said. I still say you should be the one to keep it, Bella said. She gave it to you, Thilla said. You're more deserving of it, Bella said. Even if I was, she gave it to you. I'm going to respect her wishes first and your self-loathing second, Thilla said. What would I do without you, T, Bella asked. Probably write poetry. Or obey the boss blindly, Thilla said. Speaking of which. I've decided what we're going to do next, Bella said. You got an idea, Thilla asked. Something like that. Simply put, we do nothing, Bella said. Oh. I see, Thilla said,